nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
I never knew how sweet the taste of love can be until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree.
You're funny.
You've done this 1,000 times. And the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America. The home of specializing in assassinating character, I hate it. I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game, and I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that we'd be some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking. Yeah, I tend to forget, a devil's reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit, this shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby, no one's doper than me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Fucking pussy.
Trigger.
Forget about Frankie.
Cash on a Friday, it's payday. Motherfuckers don't wanna pay rate. Fuck around and lay your ass out with the AK. I love the way it's phrased. It's A-okay with dental tray. Chill, man, you don't even own a gun. I'm just having a little homeless fun, but I'm not the homeless one. To get back to the lab, back to the booth. I know it makes you mad, but motherfucker, it's the truth. I'm gonna knock it out like a jab to the tooth. I'll stab you on the roof, waiting for the train in the rain. I think I'm going insane. It's a service, but it never came. I think the T is playing games.
How do I pin it?
Every day's just the same shit, different toilet. Call it what you wanna call it, so people keep it calling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crap, watching my back. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap.
Yo, when I'm in the crosswalk, stop us like my hot cock. 4 cups just got the top flown off in a Seattle coffee shop. And my bills, I fucking pop drops. I'm ready to speak about my crazy plan. You know the one when I never raised my hand. At the meetings I went to in Native in Framingham, you'll hit it cause raise a man. I was on drugs when I made it, man. I kept the small like a grain of sand. All it was that I wanted to make a band of nasty rap artists, and I made it, man. Real, recognized, real was my crazy plan.
Every day's just the same shit, different toilet. Call it what you wanna call it, so people keep it calling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crack. Watching my back. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watch many people fall in the trap.
Did it for your John, here we are, did it. Did it, did it, did it, did it, did it, did it for your John, here we are, did it. Did it, did it, did it for your, did it for your, did it, did it for your John, here we are, did it, did it, did it.
Party animal.
The world is black. I'm here to read along with my life, charm, from the barn, talking about flat farm. Most don't know. We think we live on the globe, but all the flow. So listen and take notes, take it to a higher plane. Amend yourself in all his glory, flat earth farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at nasty Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to you. No more people standing back in Australia. Just facts and pure truth. Planning straight rules. Flat earth help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you try. Let them know the ball ain't that. Let's get playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming out the barn. How you play the flat earth farm.
Plan might be too expensive. Over here getting new advances, while you over there doing dances. Show you how to move like a dance step. A simple nod of the head can get your man slept. Foreign whip with a foreign bit, bumping foreigner. Shooter got a bag for a body like the coroner. Told him follow my lead, I'm the forerunner. In New Orleans, but I sound like a northerner. We the truth like Sojourner. Been out the loop like 4 summers. Back in the booth doing more numbers. Taking out any oncomers. You were smart, you get a song from us, bitch.
Yo, I'm sick and tired of your trash rhymes. You need to leave the mic alone, I'ma tell you for the last time. Fully automatic, ready to discharge. Your baby mom's filling up my fridge with her WIC card. I got game and I stay with a thick broad. Money and drugs in a container at the shipyard. My style is aggressive. This a murder message. I hold burners to serve purpose and murder peasants. Slide off and flee the scene with the heat smoking. Kick a nigga in his ass till my feet broken. You couldn't win, nigga, keep hoping. Got your grandmother frying me chicken while she deep throating. Your whole rap style is delicate. You soft, so I be insulting your intelligence. In my closet, it's a whole lot of skeletons. Cause it's the only place where I'm hiding evidence.
Taste the product like cop and yayo. Pass the chronic like hot potato. I'm in charge like I'm Scott Baio. Gotta win, we cannot fail. Clock bell, size of whales on them lock scales. Kill your dogs like some foxtails. They going down like a prop fail. Get them smothered like oxtail. Get your cap peeled back like a hell L. Sending packs through the snail mail.
What's up, peoples? Who do we got? We're on 2 new channels tonight. Oh, everybody's still here. Look, Angel, Baby Carson, Salted Cedar. They can try to take me down, but it ain't gonna work. Look, people still found us.
So I'm gonna need another device.
It makes me feel so good to see you people.
I
Jason
can't log
Starr,
into it on
Melanie
this one.
Maron. Look, they're all still here. Singe, Joe K. Yeah, you never pinned
know.
that. You never pinned that comment for me, Singe. 82
I don't know
Mustang.
how to do any of this.
All right, it's all right.
I don't know one thing about it, so you have to tell me everything.
Well, you'll learn. You'll get as good as me.
No, you'll tell me, then I'll know.
All right. Well, we got some people.
Tell me how to pin it.
We're filling up now.
What do I pin and what you want me to do?
All right. Well,
what are you talking about?
Well, first things. Well, I put a comment in your chat with our PayPal links and stuff that you're supposed to pin at the top.
So how do you pin it?
You hold on it and you press pin comment. You got to do it from your phone. You got to go into the chat from your phone.
Into the chat from the phone. Okay.
On your thing, so, yeah, and pin it.
Right. So I can't do that right now.
No, it's fine.
This phone,
it's gone. The comment's already gone, dude.
This phone, I cannot log into my. Finish my sentence.
All right.
it really, I can't.
Yeah, no, I drank like 4 cups of coffee, dude. Go ahead.
This phone cannot log in. For some reason, I cannot log into my other accounts or add it to my email. It's already in my email on this one. I got 4 emails on one. But I can't add it onto this one. Mm-hmm. So I can't operate this channel from this phone. I can only do it from this device, and not done yet. This device is dying on its last leg.
Yeah, mine is too.
Could just die right now. I don't know.
My device.
So I need to get another device.
Yep.
And I need to log into them all on that device. And then I can operate. Otherwise,
and you can help
this thing.
You can help Singeman get a better device by donating to his Singeman's all new Cash App, which is in the comments.
In the next couple months, I'll get one. Somehow.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But Singeman, how do I zoom back out using the keyboard? How do I zoom out? What do I press?
Control minus.
Control minus. All right. Well, almost. What the fuck is this? It almost worked out.
Hold control now. And then tap.
It worked for a second, and then it went back to the way it was. Oh, now I'm frozen.
What are you trying to do?
I'm frozen. Shit. It's killing me. The StreamYard, it's all over the place. Hold on 1 second. I have everything all set up too. I'm trying to zoom out. I'm trying to zoom out. How do I zoom out?
Zoom out of what?
Like I zoomed in too much by accident. I pressed something by accident. And
on a page? Or on
the screen. Just make the screen zoom out. Zoom back out.
The home screen? I mean, like your desktop?
Yeah, everything. It zoomed in. The whole StreamYard zoomed in on me. Trying to make it zoom back out. That's
so by going down to the bottom bar. No. Looking and minusing it out.
All right, I'm gonna play a song and go back out and come back in. That's the only way I can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the MacGyver smoker.
Anyway, yeah. So I could go into it on this one, but I have to log out of here.
Smoker is a very handy guy to have around.
And then I could have you put it again,
especially when it comes to reefer.
Hey man, we're out of papers.
All right, then get me a toilet paper roll, a corkscrew, and some tin foil.
We don't have a corkscrew.
All right, then get me an avocado, an ice pick, and my snorkel. Trust me, bro, I've made bongs with less. Hurry up.
Yep. Hold on 1 second.
That was good acting how he paused. He's like, we don't have a corkscrew. He just paused and stared at him like...
He's like, I've made bongs with less.
Yeah, but he's good acting though. He paused and stared at him. Like he's thinking in his head, okay, what do I do? It was really good acting.
I'm starting to see clearer than I ever have. bipolar, tell me which one is my better half. Eyes colder cause I slipped up on my better path. My shoulders are so chipped I almost never laugh. You can hear my rev and wrath sounding like the engine of a 747 crash. Back out the trash, I was never more as ready as. Now I'm feeling sharper than a heavy ass machete slash. Give me lip, cut your head in half, you won't get it back. Had some dead weight on my back, I got rid of that. Got my head straight and left the flask in my lidded past. And I ain't bitter or a quitter, but consider that I lost a few rings. I'm trying to do things to get it back. Cause life is in all roses and daffodils, especially when you rose from the bullet holes and smashed up pills. Made it out alive, but pissed away $500,000. Trying to keep a smile, I'm having a hard time laughing still.
Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, I get up, this is how to be. Knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down, knocked down.
Back with a ton of fire, allow me to run it by ya. The stunning ire and the anger of a cunning liar. Each thought rapidly pop like a gun is fired. So when my son is Sam, and damn it, and my son Messiah. It's hunger, fire, pain, and anger in a jambalaya. But they don't wanna see it cooking, they just wanna fry ya. So for a minute I felt tired and uninspired. It's not long before regrets come running by ya. My stomach tied up in knots, I ride up the blocks and size up and plot with thoughts that I had outfoxed. Too many things to get here to just retire and watch. Started feeling like a fighter that's still dying in a box. So until the day I die in a box, I'ma persevere through everything and anything. I know that it hurts to hear, but I ain't going nowhere. I'm just so set up to win that even when I get knocked down, I know that I'll get up again.
Keep this smile while they keep looking down on me. Knocked down, I get up, this is how.
Yo, crime is money, that's the name of the game. Just get paid, nigga, fuck the fame. Lay back and smoke me a pound. Then I compose a furious sound. Yeah, rest in peace, Killer Shy. Watch your back in these streets, do or die. And all I do is cash checks in. Wherever the money at, I'm headed in that direction. You should've known from the jump. Watch your body get blown from the pump. I don't sell crack no more, I sell bars. My 16's the price of luxury cars. Superstar in the hood, they love me. Never put a punk ass rapper above me. Put him beneath me, 6 feet deep. Fuck a rap battle, this is real street beef. Most definite, I'm the host wrecking shit. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic checking shit. Stop being greedy, jooks need a play too. Like that Russian told Rocky, I'ma break you. We 300 deep, wildin' in the club. Back pocket carrying black mask and glove. That's for the getaway, no face, no prints. No license plate, window dark tint. Thoroughbred nigga, you a mixed breed. I'm a V6 nigga, you a 6
homeless veterans with limbs missing, innocent victims put into prisons. Parents is pill popping, fiending for government prescriptions. A man homeless, feet full of fungus, dying with gangrene. Sleeping in garbage with rats, sipping a bottle of Jim Beam. I put hatred on paper for pages. In this concrete jungle, we the animals, that's why they lock us in cages. Acquaintances and enemies acting like friends and fam, waiting to turn your body into the corpse of a dead man. Since I was a baby in the bib, my pops had most of the neighborhood murderers kicking it and playing cards in the crib. A good man, my big sister never preferred it. She grew up having crushes on gang members and men who have murdered. As a kid, life was my only teacher. I didn't play video games, I played chess with the Grim Reaper. I'm legendary, you just an imposter. The cops wanna mace me, I golf a mace like it's a spray of Banaka. True story, let me verbalize. My genetics is permanently polluted by poisonous government herbicides. Yeah, you don't want no parts of the war. I'm a bloodthirsty, hungry and starving, meat-eating carnivore. This New York City in your headset. You pussies leaving your pissy bed wet, begging and crying. Rugged man, is he dead yet? No.
You can send it to my PayPal if you want. If you want to, if M10, if you want to donate to Singe Man through PayPal, you could donate to me and I'll send it over to his Cash App. No problem. Like I can do it. So
Is it dead yet? No.
yeah.
No,
Yeah, so
there
the
you go.
control minus thing isn't
Okay.
working. They're screwing with my StreamYard tonight. It's all fucking fucked up. So, yeah. Yeah, are we dead yet?
Really?
No. We're still here.
Oh, you can't get the control minus to work, huh? That's
Yeah.
what it does. So try
It did work for a
Control Alt
second.
Delete once.
Why? What is that gonna do?
It's gonna say
It's gonna take me out. All right, if it well, you at least you're
it'll
here.
say, "Would you like to end the program?" And there might be a program running. I don't know. That's all I can do.
All right.
That's all I
Control.
can do.
Because what happened was I hit something by accident. All right, let me see.
Or it's gonna be a restart.
Yeah, this is gonna suck.
It's a laptop, huh?
Is it even worth
Could be
it?
Control Minus.
I could probably run the show without it. It's probably not that big of a deal. All right, you guys ready? It might come back. It might come back on its own.
If you hit it once, it's gonna bring up a menu. It's not gonna shut you off.
No, here we go. All right, so this is what I got for you tonight. Tonight we are going to get into Tartaria. Meanwhile, there's other people bickering all the nonsense on other channels. We're actually going to cover some real shit.
Were they bickering?
Look at that.
I don't care what they're bickering over. Yay!
Look at that shit, huh?
I got something to bicker over.
Is it?
No face, no prince. What?
Tartaria. You see on the screen?
Oh, sorry. You're not sharing. Yeah.
I'm not sharing. Yes, I am.
Or is that it?
It's Tartaria.
I have a tiny screen. I'm sorry.
So this is from Bloomberg, dude. Believers in the Tartaria conspiracy theory are convinced that the elaborate temporary fairgrounds built for events like the Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco in 1915 were really the ancient capital cities of a fictional
I don't see you sharing yet.
Fast forward it, dude. I got it on my screen right now.
No, I can't see it on this screen. You're gonna have to go to my phone.
On YouTube videos and Reddit boards, adherents of a bizarre conspiracy theory argue that everything you know about the history of architecture is wrong. So this is an article that was in Bloomberg. It's always 1907, 1908. In 1908, so this is from
I see it on this.
Yeah, it's actually, so I'll tell you who sent me this. Shout out to Anzi.
I told you this device is dying, so probably why.
Yeah, it's all right, Sage. So yeah, this girl Anzi that I know from my group, We the People of MA, she's pretty awake, and she sent me this today, and I took a glance at it. I haven't really looked at it completely, but it looks really cool. It's from Bloomberg. So, in 1908, architect Ernest Flagg completed the Singer Building in Lower Manhattan, a Beaux Arts showstopper made for the Singer Sewing Machine Company from a wide base of
Are you
slender.
Serious?
What?
M10's talking about donating to me. I said, "See, our family's so awesome." I can't believe it.
I don't understand what's going on. I'm just trying to read.
I said something plain. You didn't hear me.
I'm trying to read.
I'll stop.
I'm just trying to read, dude. All right, you ready?
I know, but
I have trouble reading when people are talking. Made for the Singer Sewing Machine Company from a wide base, a slender 27-story tower rose, topped by a mansard roof and a delicate lantern spire. Every inch dripped with sumptuous detail inside and out. Vaulted roofs, marble columns. Okay, so let me see. Marble columns with bronze trim, windows, mullions with spiral flooding. The lobby was said to have celestial radiance. A book was written just of celestial radiance. What do you think that means, Singe Man? Celestial radiance, like it just lit up on its own, right?
Celestial radiance.
Yeah, what does it mean? Look it up.
Celestial is the heavens. Radiance is light. So heavenly light.
Heavenly light. A book was written just about its construction. For a year, it was the tallest building in the world at 612 feet. Celebrated the landmark for decades after that. But not for too much longer. Despite its great height, it had to go. Had to go. didn't lack office space in the 1960s. The company sold its Ornay headquarters, and it was for demolition. It was demolished in 1967. It's another one of those buildings that had to go. It's the tallest building that to be ever peacefully demolished by any account is a fantastical tale. For some, it's too fantastical to believe, or perhaps not fantastical enough. A dedicated group of YouTubers, I wonder who they're talking about, and Reddit posters see the Singer building and countless other discarded pre-modern beauties and extant Beaux Arts landmarks as artifacts of a globe-spanning civilization called the Tartarian Empire, which was somehow erased from the history books. Adherents of this history believe these buildings to be the keys to a hidden past, clandestinely obscured by the malevolent actors. So that building right there had to go. Had to go. Who, why, to what possible end, as in many other more high profile conspiracy theories, this Baroque fantasy. So they're trying to like say it's Baroque, you know,
And they're wrong too. That's not us. Because we don't say it's
yeah, we don't believe any
a,
of this,
a
all this shit.
globe. We say a globe spanning. So no,
Oh, is that
not
what they
globe
said? Did I
spanning.
read globe spanning? Is that, did I just read the word globe spanning?
Right after they said a group of such and such globe spanning.
Yeah, you're right. It's not globe spanning. It's across the plane. High profile conspiracy. This Baroque fantasy doesn't offer much in the way of practical considerations, logic, or evidence, but it's grounded in some real anxieties, pointing toward the changes wrought by the modern world in general. So they're basically trying to debunk it. Tartaria rises. Tartarian themed content is produced for YouTube videos and get picked over on Reddit. The Tartarian architecture sub, which began in December 2018, has 3,300. There's the number 33 again. Members. Though not everyone who posts and comments appears to be a true believer. A larger and more general sub that appeared around the same time, Tartaria has 8,700 members as conspiracy theories go. Tartaria uh, remains obscure. Twitter user Cinema Shoebox brought it to many people's attention last year with this thread in pseudo science debunking. So what are they're trying to debunk it. The Tartaria storyline is not directly related to the adrenochrome harvest. Yeah, I can't read that. The overall premise is an alternative history, a vast technology of an Tartarian empire emanating from North Central Asia or thereabouts, either influence or built vast cities of infrastructure all over the world. Tartaria or Tartary, though never a coherent empire, was indeed a general term for northern Central Asia, either via a sudden cataclysm or a steady antagonistic decline, and perhaps as recently as 100 years ago, Tartaria fell. Its great buildings were buried, and its history was erased. After this great reset, a few surviving examples of Tartarian architecture were falsely recast as the work of contemporary builders who could never have executed buildings of such grace and beauty and subjected them to clumsy alterations. I think that it was one worldwide civilization. This is kind of the scary New World Order, one world, civilization. A 26-year-old Norwegian who runs a Tartarian Meltdown. Oh, yeah, we know him. YouTube channel. It was all based on unity, oneness, peace, love, and harmony, which we don't see in today's society. There's an art traditional present in theory too. Shout out to Tartarian Meltdown. The pre-modern buildings that the venerate are sometimes said to be more than 1,000 years old. The same people that built the Capitol in Washington built the pyramids in Egypt, Scar says. I don't know about that, but maybe. Reached at his recording studio, Scar, who works as a plumber, is not an architect or a historian, but he has strong opinions on both disciplines. We have two very different types of architecture, he says. There's a modern architecture with the name brutalism, which he describes as square concrete boxes, which are designed to be produced very, so basically the shit we live in. And then there's Tartarian architecture, a label that gets applied to anything that's particularly ornate or pre-modern, encompassing many styles, classical, Beaux Arts, Second Empire. The term is also sometimes used for some non-Western structures like the Taj Mahal, structures that seem geographically or culturally dislocated, like the Beaux Arts commercial buildings in Shanghai's Bund district, are particularly attractive to this theory. as are those that are impressively massive, like the pyramids of Egypt or the Great Wall of China, built in the theory that goes by Tartarians to keep the Chinese out. Anywhere there's a perceived gap between the refined craftwork of old building and the primitive technology of the horse and buggy era people building it. Space for Tartarian speculation pops up. American cities of the 19th century are often rich with Tartarian appropriation, especially as young settlements of West. When the grand public structures seem to emerge from the wilderness surrounded by wood hovels and muddy streets, state capitol buildings and city halls are frequently fingered as places of ancient Tartaria rather than Gilded Age municipal buildings. Iowa State Capitol and Des Moines highlight. Oh, and look at that one. Look at that. Built in the 1920s, the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank. Yeah, they built this as a bank. Several ornate Western style yeah, this looks like the same as what we got. This is like the White House or something. All right. The Tartarium as an intensely visual medium occupied with riffing on photos and maps, picking out apparent inconsistencies and making one of conjectures instead of weaving together comprehensive timelines. His theory, notably light and reasonably as to how the greatest cover up in history was undertaken, but it does offer a few options for how Tartaria was erased and the Great Reset propagated. Many say that an apocalyptic mud flood buried its great buildings. Some suggest that use of high-tech weaponry to tactically remove Tartarian infrastructure. A constant theme is that warfare is an often used pretext to wipe away surviving traces of Tartarian civilization. With the two world wars of the 20th century finishing work that may begun with Napoleon's invasion of Russia. Despite their interest in architecture, most Tartaria theorists do not appear to have backgrounds in the building trades. Many, yeah, well, I've built foundations, I've done construction. I have a background in the building trades. Many of the more easily refuted arguments spring from very basic misunderstandings of how the built environment works, as well as broader confusion about, yeah, so they're trying to say that we're stupid here. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say that we're stupid. Environmental works as well as broader confusion about how buildings function and economy culture. The abundance of posters appear convinced that below grade basement windows in older buildings, for example, are evidence that the building had been mud flooded. And the rest of the structure is actually buried deep. Yeah, it is. We've shown it in some buildings. Not every building. Sometimes this will get some skeptical pushback. I think they didn't have lights in the cellar, so they built in windows for them. They're talking about pavement lights. Yes, they did. They did have pavement lights, was how our poster responded. But you see these Capitol domes all over the world, which to me proves that the same people built everywhere. Similarly, they're all right. The Capitol domes, it's a computer piece. Everyone that has a Capitol dome, it's the same computer piece. Similarly, their grasp of historic labor and material cost is shaky. Before the Industrial Revolution, labor was cheap, so paying artisans to sculpt elaborate masonry, even for relatively humble structures, wasn't the great expense it seems today. When labor prices are higher and factory-made steel, concrete, and glass is cheap, that's why we see so much of these materials in buildings today, and so much less. Yeah, so they're just trying to. This is them trying to explain it away. Well, look at this. It says something about John Levy. The Snare, the Wedding Cake top of Second Empire buildings designed by Alfred Mullet after the Civil War, for example. How many stamps did you sell to build yourself a post office like this? Says popular Tartarian YouTuber John Levy in one of his videos. Absolutely ridiculous. The post office has always struggled. He has more than 100,000 subscribers. Some of this confusion is unfamiliarity. Mullet, U.S. Customs House of Post Office in St. Louis, for example, was a huge federal project built to process the mail of 10 states and 4 U.S. territories, not a neighborhood letter depot. And beyond that, so they're trying to debunk them, I think, it looks like. Okay, so. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Here's a picture. Wow. Can I zoom in on this? Oh. Oops. It looks better like that. Look at that. Yeah, so they built the Chicago Federal Building in Chicago, which boasted a dome larger than the top of the U.S. Capitol. It was raised only 60 years after its completion. So after its completion, they destroyed it after 60 years. They built this for 60 years and then they destroyed it. I don't believe that. At its core, the theory reflects a fear of how quickly things change as they look at today's cityscapes. Tartaria believers see an eerie and alienating place filled with abstract monoliths that emerge out of nowhere in a brief period of time. They're skeptical of the rapid rise and development of the U.S., and even more suspicious of how quickly modernism came to dominate the landscape. One favorite case study useful for illustration. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me see if this shows any more pictures. I see where this is going. They're trying to just debunk it. Look at this. Chicago World's Fair, 1893. In search of this disregard for architecture's true history moves into wider rejection. Yeah, I could read this whole thing, but all right. We're going to go over it, though. We're going to go over it. It don't matter. Look at this. All right. So there's a dome. Look, there's the Antiquitech up on the roof right there. That's tech. You can tell. That's where we put our tech. Same spot. And then look, it's all broken down and flooded, and this dude's just hanging out there smoking his pipe. You know what I'm saying? He's just smoking a pipe, just chilling, just relaxing. Who the fuck are these guys over here? They could have photoshopped this. Who fucking knows, right? In fact, the governing the modern architecture that Tartarian despised was a critique of the system. Modernism argued for an architecture that would help break the shackles of the past, rejecting the backbreaking representational craftsmanship to honor omniscient kings and divine beings in favor of simple, broad uplift the masses. Blah, 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 blah. Holding back a flood of conspiracies. In the past few years, the themes its believers explore are familiar ones. Conspiracy theories are, so there they go using that weaponized word again. I don't like that. I don't like the weaponized word. Conspiracy theorist. Boom, baby. All right, so let me get out of this. All right, Singe Man, what do you think?
How do I give out wrenches?
No, you go into your chat with your phone.
I have to be.
You gotta go.
Okay.
You gotta do it with the phone. If we don't, you gotta go back later and do it. If you don't have the phone, I can't do it. I can give wrenches out on the shelf. I mean,
I can't do it from StreamYard.
I can give wrenches out on the one you don't see.
I'll just go out and come back. See what I can do.
It's going pretty. It's going pretty good though. How many people do we got here so far?
20.
20 people?
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, that's the normal amount of people. That's normally how many we have. So
I'll be right back. Let's see if I can.
Perfect. I'm gonna play a song, and I'm gonna get something else up. I can't see shit because I'm still zoomed out, but hopefully this one goes good. Can't see shit. They're making things hard on me tonight, man. Fuck it, Here it is.
What's the matter? You bums forgot how to kill people? Doesn't your work mean anything to you anymore? Have you no sense of pride in what you do? No sense of duty? No sense of destiny? I'm looking for generals! What do I got? Foot soldiers!
Yeah. Yo, Bear, what up? Salute. Ferrigno, salute. Alright, look. Yeah. See, he ducking, I ain't even have to show him the three. When them shots fly, he ain't even know it was me. How you got chained, stupid, you supposed to be free. I laugh at you assholes like it's cold in the D. It's a million Philly killers, most notably me. Put your mob against the wall like a poster of P. What you think inside this big black holster on me? It's the crucifix.
crucifix that dangled from the rosary bed. Ain't nobody fucking with me, everybody know the time. Motherfuckers didn't get the picture like a photobomb. The driveway full of Aston Martins like a motorcon. Aim the yacht but let these bitches fly till he emulsified. This the church of Satan, it's the final invitation. Everybody dying, this is final destination. Me and you could go to war, that's the price a soldier paid. The knife work cut the clavicle and touch the shoulder blade.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the full nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the full nickel shining so vibrantly.
Killers with Phil down in you eyes. I kill the mob of you guys. Fuck the fries, shish kebab you with knives. Everybody got mafia ties. White castles at the bar, Mr. Appetizer, shotties and knives. Gucci gooses on display, shooters on the way, Russo's on the bay. The Farrah pizza buffet, an exclusive day. Banana hands like Tony Robbins. Spumoni Gardens, the Coney got that homie. We keep the chromie poppin'. Rockin' the 14th century death mask. Gazelle goggles and Fendi headbands. I thought that Brooklyn shop you up talk. Shoot on like you used to fuck off. Y'all never had enough sauce for blood sport. Nor the stomach the floors with the drugs bought. Quarter hundred the floors like a drug lord. Swimming pool shaped like a dollar sign. And choppers that make a day rape out of Columbine. Raiders of the laws, cocaine, Satan mass. Papers of the frauds, coalesce with the ancient math. Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the full nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the full nickel shining so vibrantly.
Alright, we're back. I don't know what happened to Sin. She probably took off. I can't even see the chat. It's too small. Melanie Moran, Jason Stars here. Jason, Frank, Singeman, Jenny T.I. Murphy, GT82. I can't get this thing to zoom out, dude. It's killing me. Alright, but I can still run the show. We'll do alright. I'll figure it out one day. One day I'll get better at it. Alright, let me put myself at the bottom of the screen. Let me screen share. So, I guess, Tartaria. I mean, this is Tartaria Explained Part 1. The Irish Connection. So, let's see what this is all about. Boom.
Release all that you think of as true. Relax the mind and ask the question. Do I truly understand what this reality is?
In order to firmly grasp the ideas presented, this is what you will need to know. Mainstream history, alternative histories like Atlantis, Lemuria, religious doctrines, the history of the occult and astrotheology, and the history of Rome and Christianity.
There's been a lot of hype around the Tartaria conspiracy lately, and naturally there's a lot of confusion surrounding it. This video is really an attempt to develop the theory further. So, let's type in Tartaria in Google and see what we find. If you look on Wikipedia, the first result, it will show you a map from the 1800s, 1806. Keep that in mind for later. Now on this map, Tartary is just an Asiatic landmass, with city names that are based off Mongolian or Chinese. And where we see Russia and China, this is where Great Tartaria once existed. Let me show you a map from the 1600s. Let's notice how this is much different. We see Great Tartaria. Let's also notice the etymology change of all the cities. It's no longer a Mongolian empire, it's something else, maybe pre-Russian? Also notice this, California is an island? Very interesting. Wikipedia's explanation is it's a messaging error. Considering how high of an art cartography was, I find that hard to believe. As far-fetched as the following information may seem, I'm going to ask you just to follow down this path. Some people are saying that Tartaria is some kind of distraction. But from what? And is this theory any more of a distraction than Netflix and video games? Do you honestly feel satisfied with the history they teach you in schools and churches? I understand that most of you are believers of evolution and Big Bang Theory, but let's just explore a very different alternative to conventional history. I don't know everything about the past. I wasn't there. Nobody was, as far as we know. Science likes to think it has all the answers, yet scientists still can't tell us how consciousness came to be, the connection between consciousness and matter, why the hell we're all here. My goal is just to get the message out there to those who are genuinely curious about what's going on in this life. It's an understatement to say that humanity is lost.
It's been pointed out by many historians that humanity is much older than we have been told. It's possible that civilization goes back millions of years, and we could be in some kind of cycle. What's clear is, advanced civilizations did exist in the past. If the monuments don't convince you, consider the myths and legends about gods having to deliver culture-important knowledge. There are hundreds of books written on Atlantis because it was a real place.
The first story we really hear of this is from Plato, and in Critias is telling Socrates a story. He says, "Look, Socrates, I got this crazy story that this wise sage named Solon told my great-grandfather, who was also named Critias. And my grandfather told me the story when I was 10. My grandfather started by saying how wise Solon was and that he was one of the wise 7 sages. And he, Grandfather Critias, was going to some poetry youth meetup. And there Solon, his teacher, is trying to tell a story about the greatest achievement that the Athenians ever did. But he says, and which ought to have been the most famous, but through the lapse of time and the destruction of the actors, it has not come down to us." I thought Socrates was an Athenian. Socrates is hearing this story from a young man named Critias. Critias is relaying a story he was told at age 10 by his grandfather, who, when he was young, was told this story by Solon the sage. Confusing, right? Well, it's meant to be. So Solon is now starting the story saying basically, "Yes, we did something really great, but you don't know about it, young Critias, because these actors have been destroyed through a lapse of time." Okay, Solon continues telling Critias about a certain district in Egypt named Sais, and how they had a great connection with the Athenians at this time. So Solon was taking a trip there, and he was received with great honor, and he started a conversation with the priest of Egypt on past human antiquity, or basically ancient history. Now it says that Solon and none of the other Hellenes had nothing to say on the matter, and I think when Plato was writing this, he was implying that the priest didn't really want to talk about it that much. They were just listening to see what they knew, and at the end of the conversation, they didn't know anything, the Hellenes. They were clueless. So it goes on to say that on another occasion, Solon asked the priest again. And here is what I'm trying to show you guys. Solon was trying to pester the priest. It was like trying to show the priest his outstanding knowledge so the priest would talk about what they knew. Why? Because Solon knew that the Egyptian priests were much, much wiser. So Solon tried to impress them, talking about his knowledge of Pharonius, who is called the first man, and about Niobe. Now I'm going to take a little break here because I want to show you something. What does this have to do with Tartaria? Well, let's look up Pharonius and look up Niobe. This is basic Greek mythology, just the old gods, right? Let me remind you what we're talking about here. Solon is trying to tell the priest of Egypt, hey, this is my esoteric knowledge and how it pertains to ancient history. Plato is literally showing you in play format that Solon was one of the sages of the Greeks who knew the secrets of their mythology and how it pertains to ancient cultures. Niobe was the daughter of Tantalus, and according to Wikipedia, Tantalus was a Greek mythological figure, most famous for his eternal punishment in Tartarus. I'm going to tell you what the secret of Pharonius and Niobe is, but let's take this one step at a time. Let's continue. So Solon tells the priest, yeah, look, here's the secrets of Pharonius and Niobe. And the Egyptian priest says,
"O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you." Solon in return asked him what he meant. "I meant to say," he replied, "that in mine you are all young. There is no old opinion handed among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age, and I will tell you why. There have been, and will be again, many destructions of mankind, arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water, and other lesser ones by innumerable other causes. There is a story, which even you have preserved, that once upon a time, Patheon, the son of Helios, having yoked the steeds in his father's chariot, because he was not able to drive them in the path of his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth, and himself was destroyed by a thunderbolt. Now this has the form of a myth, but really signifies a declination of the bodies moving in the heavens around the earth, and a great conflagration of things upon the earth, which recurs after long intervals. At such times, those who live upon the mountains and in dry, lofty places are more liable to destruction than those who dwell by rivers or on the seashore. And it's from this calamity the Nile, who is our never-failing Savior, delivers and preserves us. When, on the other hand, the gods purge the earth with a deluge of water, the survivors in your country are herdsmen and shepherds who dwell on the mountains. But those who, like you, live in cities are carried by the rivers into the sea. Whereas in this land, neither then nor at any time does the water come down from above on the fields, having always a tendency to come up from below, for which reason traditions have preserved here are the most ancient.
So they're saying the waters didn't come from above. They're saying it came from below on this one.
Notice how he's talking about two different cataclysmic events.
I think it came from above and below.
He first is speaking about a myth that Solon's people have preserved, and then he states, on the other hand, when the gods purged the earth with a deluge of water. So we know there's a distinction there. He said many destructions. The myth goes Pathon, having yoked the steeds of his father's chariot, wasn't able to drive it in the path of his father. Could this mean that once Tartaria became a global empire and its motives didn't follow the same path as its predecessor Atlantis? And because he couldn't drive the path of the father, or remain as true as was the once great Atlantis, the chariot burnt up all that was on earth, and he himself, Tartaria, was destroyed by the thunderbolt. Could it be that Atlantis was destroyed because of natural progression through the ages, and perhaps Tartaria was destroyed for its evil motives?
Yeah, I think it came from the top and the bottom, but
after
yeah.
the flood of Atlantis,
the top.
This great nation tried to recreate Atlantis once again, only that it must have been forced so the civilization fell in cataclysm. The priest is saying, look, here, this tradition goes way back, and everything we know and all the science that we practice are ancient, very ancient. We preserved our sciences. He called the Greeks children, saying there was not one man among you. And remember, this is Plato, where we get all our sciences from. Now the priest said, the people who live on the mountains in dry and loft places were more liable to destruction when referring to Solon's myth. This is a very key factor. Okay, so that's the first understanding. There was an ancient advanced civilization in the past, and it was destroyed by water, and this is Atlantis. This is what we call pre-Diluvian, or pre-flood era.
Yep.
I want to start this off by just making sense of our timeline. If you're new to this stuff, then bear with me, please, because I'm just going to explore out of our conventional timeline here. So we need to use certain terms and cultures to help us understand where we are before I can really make my final thesis. So we have this Egyptian priest, and he's talking about a pre-Diluvian age. So what was Solon talking about with the secrets of Pheronius and Niobe and how it relates to antiquity? While researching for this thesis, I had an inkling to look up the Gaelic etymology for Tartar. Let's see what it says. Gaelic, Tartar, a great noise or confusion, that which is noisy, bustle, uproar, confusion. A Tartarian is a slang, bad word for a thief. Then get this, it also says that the word is often accounted for by the story of an Irish soldier who in some eastern battle had called out that he had caught a Tartar, or a thief. This brings me to the Irish origins of civilization. We're told by authorized history that human civilization migrated east to west, but in this theory, a group from Atlantis survived and preserved the knowledge. Whether they knew the flood was coming, who knows for certain, but they landed in Ireland, and here somehow they survived. It's possible that this is the beginning of what we know as civilization, instead of east to west. I'm going to show you how the history of what we call the Irish, or the original inhabitants of Ireland, the preservers of the science of old, survived the flood, rebuilt their civilization, started traveling around the world to help the survivors, and bring their cultures back to civilization. Long later, those we know as the Greeks and Romans completely renamed these people, branded them as savages, and basically rewrote history for the masses. And we think Greek and Romans were the great civilizers of the world. The book,
Did you
Irish
hear that?
Wisdom Preserved in Bible and Pyramids by Connor McDarry, the audiobook is online. All you have to do is go give it a listen. Examine the evidence he presents and decide for yourself. In case you don't have enough
So the Greeks and Romans took it over.
time, though, I'll try to break it down. Do you remember the Phoenicians? Yes, no, maybe? They conveniently skipped over them in high school, but they were a big deal. In mainstream history, their language was the basis of the Greek culture, and they sailed all over the coast of Africa, all the way to Britain. They were the sea explorers with advanced ship. However, when you look up in the history book, you'll get pictures of very primitive, unintelligent people. Baloney. Phoenician was a cover name, and you're going to see this happen a lot throughout history at the hands of the Greeks and the Romans. They simply renamed the Irish Phoenician, and they were all but forgotten. You can find more connections to the Celts to the Phoenicians based on their language here on the website simply called phoenicia.org.
Connor McDarry states, in their great missionary pilgrimage, they circled the globe in order to give religion and knowledge of God to the different races of mankind. They also established priesthoods and gave alphabets to the races who were unenlightened in such matters up until that time. Ireland is the country in which the arts and the sciences were first discovered and developed. To this country, the Greeks applied the term oigia, a term which was never given to but the very ancient, and it's from the Irish, the Aryans, that the Greeks traced their descent.
In modern times, the term Aryan has been misused. It was never meant to be used for race. The Irish passed along the knowledge as spiritual guides, Arya meaning of higher class or status. This is where we get Indo-Aryan, where the Irish landed and must have shared this information with the Indus Valley culture.
So now they're getting into, the Aryan Brotherhood, kind of, but they're saying it's not what they turned it into.
Evidence suggests that they were the spiritual teachers of the ancient world, after the flood. This is why all religions are based on astrotheology. We have some worship all over the world like the Maya, Aztec, Native American, Sumerian, Babylonian, Chinese, Japanese, Celtic, Turkish, and it goes on and on.
The term Arya is derived from Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, the ram. The symbolism of the ram is the knowledge of God, or the El. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai, he was horned, meaning that he had gained knowledge. Even Michelangelo represents this in his statue of Moses. The word pyramid, pyramid, means paternal power of the ram. In Egyptian culture, many pharaohs took on the name of Rama, or Ramses, to show their knowledge of God. In Christianity, it's been altered to be lamb instead of God, yet the symbolism of the ram and its meaning is deeply ingrained into nearly all world religions. Connor McDarry states, to the Irish Magi we owe the discovery of fire and the common grains, which they developed from the grasses. They were the first people to practice agriculture. They invented the common tools of workmanship, which have come down to us practically unchanged from those ancient times. There's no mistaking the monuments left by the Irish, who were once the rulers and masters of the whole earth. Their rule embraced all countries. It was worldwide. Ireland was the first mistress of the seas, and it was the first and only worldwide empire which has ever been known, for it was a spiritual empire.
I'm going to dig deeper into Egypt now. And yes, I realize there's so many theories out there on who really were the inhabitants. I can't say I know for certain. All I can do is place the pieces I have found and gather feedback and more information. I'm sure there's more than meets the eye, but the info's out there. I know I'm not the only one interested in what really happened in humanity's past. From Gaelic etymology, Egypt signifies the land of Copt, or the Coptic land. Others derive it from and the yurt of black vulture. The color of the bird being, according to them, characteristic of the soil or of its inhabitants. Let's go back to the story of Critias in Egypt. So Solon is in Sais, and he's talking to one of the priests. Now, to make things a little clearer, let me explain. The sage and the civilization of Egypt at the time was most likely of a darker complexion. We don't know for certain, but it's apparent to me that Solon was light-skinned, or what we're told, Aryan. But he wasn't really now, was he? He was many generations after the first race of man that landed in Ireland after the flood and redistributed knowledge to mankind throughout the world. And that is what the priest was talking about. He was telling Solon about his people, the Irish, or the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Babylonians, and of the many names they were called. According to the maps in the 1600s, the biggest empire was the Great Tartaria Empire. I'm not sure what culture this was. I'm not saying this is an Irish culture. I'm just bridging the gaps so that we can understand why Tartar is associated with Irish etymology and how it came to be. In Greek mythology, Nile was a myth of Tartary and its destruction, and Solon thought that Pharonius from Argos in Tartary was where man hence came. Pharonius must be a king who had survived the Tartarian disaster and redistributed knowledge again, but this time east to west. This is why mainstream history we're taught this, because that is what the Greeks thought. That is what Plato wrote. Well, I'm going to take a guess and say that Plato was a made-up figure, but we'll get to that. The priest was unimpressed with Solon because the Hellenes, or the Greeks, stole all this knowledge. They had no preserved knowledge. They stole knowledge, renamed it, and took it for themselves. Not only that, but Solon didn't even know where his own people came from. The priest is referring to the West, in Europe, in Ireland, right after the flood, way before the empires of Great Tartaria. The Irish were responsible for preserving music, the secret of sound vibration, language, the occult, tarot, which the Jews turned into Kabbalah, advanced architecture, and stone megaliths, geometry, math, you name it, all the sciences. Astrotheology is the key. That is the answer why all spiritual religions have similar philosophies toward the material world. Civilization didn't just start randomly in the Middle East. Maybe with this alternative view, it can explain how similar traditions are present all around the world. Dances, fashion, spirituality, cooking, natural medicine, magic, and architecture. After some time, this became a global empire, with Great Tartaria established in the east, modern-day Russia. It isn't clear at this time whether Tartaria at its prime was controlled by Irish or had been hijacked, and that deliberate misuse of the great empire were rewarded with fire and thunder. If this is even close to true, is it possible that we may have missing time? I mean, after all, our calendar and time is based on astrology, and then finally determined and made law by the civilizers of society. It's really not crazy to assume that time has been constructed by these officials that took over the old empire, and I'm talking after flood. There's so much confusion because there's been multiple cataclysms on this earth, and that has been forgotten by the human race. I'm not talking floods, I'm talking earthquakes and things falling from the sky and who knows what else. It's not just stories. In this last global empire, whatever it was called, Irish, the Tartars, or the confusion, or the thieves, was destroyed and stolen by the Greeks/Romans. And they conquered and cursed these nations forever by destroying their lands and rewriting their etymology. The word phony being derived from Phoenician is just one example. I have reason to assume that there was a great culture in America, and this will be further proven as we go on, but let's look at these maps again. I want to show you these mountains right by Salt Lake City, or where it's supposed to be. Now, this is a lake that isn't here now. It's extremely large, and I can imagine that it was very beautiful. This was at the top of a mountain, and it must be pretty high in elevation. And so it flowed out this strait into the Pacific. And so, now remember what the priest said about these people who lived on the mountains. He said that they perished, and I'm about to tell you why. Because when the earthquakes come, and the comets come, and the floods come, they are the worst places to be. Because water flows down from extreme heights, mixes with the soil, and creates a massive river of solid mass. This is likely what occurred. Solon's myth, Pharonius, was talking about the destruction of Tartary. There was some type of cataclysm, and it could have been all over the world.
Now that's a mud flood
Asia,
right there. That's
North
a fucking
America.
mud flood.
It was big. There's a lot of evidence to show that this happened literally in the 1800s. I know it sounds crazy, but what I'm about to say is insane, but trust me, and I'll walk you through it. To make it short, Tartary was destroyed somewhere between 300, 400 years ago. It could be longer, shorter. I mean, I don't know. But it was through some world-breaking event that caused earthquakes, mud floods all over the world, and this was due to some comet that was summoned through black magic by some evil group. This shook the world up, and people were down and distraught. And remember, this is not the flood of the Bible, this is after. And that is why this theory is so important right now. We truly need to be questioning who we are, what happened in our history, and what's going on here. Well, let's start with the Romans and the Jews. And please, if you're Roman or Jewish, don't take offense to this. I know for a fact that, nowadays, everybody has a really good heart, and it's kind of hard to really just terminalize it with just one word, but I'm sure you've done your research, and when we look into history and history gets dark, no other culture or race has been kicked out of more countries than the Jews from the history that we've been handed down. And there's a really dark history here, guys, and I can't really go into it in this channel, but it does explain so much. The Jews took the knowledge of the Irish, and they basically were a cult of the original knowledge of the Druids. That's the Kabbalah. It's the original tarot and the symbols that came from the Aryan priest of the global world empire after the flood. They took this knowledge, started practicing dark black magic, and basically, through sacrifice and horrible religious ideologies, the ancient Jews warped and perverted the knowledge of the Irish. Now, I don't know if black magic was used in the destruction of Tartaria or not, but you tell me what happened. Tartaria could have been filled with peaceful people, because after the fight, they could have been easily subdued by the Roman soldiers. The Romans were the true Tartarians. They were the thieves. What we know as Tartaria is but a lie. The Romans and the Greeks named it using the language of the Gauls. Why? Well, we need to look into an important figure known as Josephus and how he influenced Rome. On Wikipedia, if you search Flavius Josephus, it says, during the First Jewish-Roman War, the Romans were battling the Jewish forces in Galilee. Now, Galilee is just one connection, even though it is in Israel. However, let's just reestablish this connection. So, what's happening? Before Christianity had begun, the Romans had their last and longest battle with the Druids. Well, the Druids were the Jews who hijacked the teachings of the Gomerites and stole it for their own perverted ways, became corrupt, and started sacrificing. That is why we hear about this happening in Carthage and Rome to please Jupiter. And this gets dark, but let's go on. The Gomerites were the Irish people, and this must have happened long after Tartary had been destroyed. So what is going on? All this knowledge that we have is just knowledge from the age after the catastrophe of Tartary, or the story of Tantalus, the father of Niobe. But here's the key to understanding this whole conspiracy. This was not Atlantis. I'm proving this through Plato. Plato could have been made up. It's entirely possible that the Greco-Roman civilizations never existed, and whatever empire was the culprit behind the deliberate destruction of Tartaria, or if it was just an accident, whatever happened, someone rewrote history after this happened.
History is always written by the winners. When two cultures clash, the loser is obliterated, and the winner writes the history books. Books which glorify their own cause and disparage the conquered foe. As Napoleon once said, what is history but a fable agreed upon? Dan Brown, The Da Vinci Code.
Let's recap. There was a flood, a deluge. The whole world went dark and was lost. The Irish civilization were the ones who preserved the knowledge from Atlantis. They distributed it throughout the world, and there was a worldwide global civilization. This is when Tartary existed. A group or empire or cult or what.
It's funny they say the Irish because all the immigrants were Irish.
Whatever you want to call it, Rome came to power through evil, black magic, with a plan to create a new world order. Cataclysm strikes all over the world. The greatest of all empires is destroyed, Great Tartaria, in which the Greeks wrote myths about. This evil group rises, takes over, history is rewritten, and all ancient history is systematically erased by these power-hungry peoples, whoever they were. All the remaining empires and people were forced to join or be killed. This gives me a better position to assert more theories. Now, if this is so, we need to establish some sort of timeline because what's going on? The first clue is in old 1600 maps. There's an I before the 600.
Yep.
Once you look into that, and then you look at the records of the Dust East India Company, they have the same thing. The best way I can explain this whole thing is that the 1600 ones are Spanish or European. They are all made from the European Union. And where did they get their source maps? Okay, I'm going to get theoretical, but I feel as if I have to start somewhere with really figuring out what happened. What we know is the Renaissance, the European Union, forming after Rome from Germany, and then to Spain, Britain, etc. It's a fabrication. It's well known these days that Shakespeare was just a character. How much more of our history is full of these fictional personas? And shoot, if he isn't real, then maybe we should all just stop acting like we know it all, because with all these unsolved mysteries in the world, it really goes to show how little we understand.
Uh-huh.
Before Tartaria was destroyed, remember, I said global. So they were in Europe, and that's why you see crazy architecture that all looks similar with unique varieties, but it's all the same idea, all over Asia and Europe and North America. All we know is the Greeks or Romans, if they even existed, were a people who walked into the cities of a once great nation, and tried to scramble what they could from the remainders, and dominated the remaining victims of the cataclysm. One question that bothers me, and I would appreciate any input or ideas, is why were the remaining survivors of this great empire not be able to strike back? It must have been targeted, or something beyond belief happened that we can't really understand today with our modern minds.
Yeah.
Now in part 2, I'm going to go in what happened with North America.
Yep.
Was there a great empire where the Grand Canyon was located?
Yep.
More proof for the mud flood with buildings underground and strange architectures in big cities.
Yep.
I know that was a lot of info, but we really felt compelled to try and bridge
We're not
this
done yet.
Tartaria mystery with astrotheology and the
We're not
story
done
of our
yet.
civilization. There's still a lot of interesting stuff that we didn't have time to mention, so stay tuned for more videos.
That's Singeman in the
like
chat.
and subscribe if you feel inclined. Until next time.
Release all that you think of as true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Nice. All right. Well, that was part 1. We're going to keep going on with the Tartaria stuff. That's the theme tonight. Stop my screen share for a minute. How we doing? Let's see who we got in the chat. Late Night Live, that's Singeman. Sugar Bee. Salted Cedar. Melanie Moran. Forever Love. We got some new people, huh? 82 Mustang. I can't see shit. I'm just clicking. Super Sidewinder. Nice. We still got a lot of people here. What's it say? We got like 18. Nice. That's how a normal amount of everyone still found us. That's so awesome. Salted Cedar. Sorry if I missed you. I can't. I'm having trouble here. All right. So give me a second. Let me play a quick song, and then play a couple songs. I gotta roll a joint.
Man, you hear this bullshit they be talking every day, man. It's like these motherfuckers is just like professional liars, you know what I'm saying? It's wild. Listen, Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
I pledge no allegiance, nigga. Fuck the president's speeches. I'm baptized by America and covered in leeches. The dirty water that bleaches your soul and your facial features, drowning you with propaganda that they spit through the speakers. And if you speak about the evil that the government does, the Patriot Act to track you to the type of your blood. They try to frame you and say you was trying to sell drugs and throw a federal indictment on niggas to show you love. This shit is run by fake Christians, fake politicians. Look at their mansions and look at the conditions you live in. All they talk about is terrorism on television. They tell you to listen, but they don't really tell you their mission. They funded Al-Qaeda and now they blame the Muslim religion. Even though Bin Laden was a CIA tactician, they gave him billions of dollars and they funded his purpose. Fahrenheit 9/11, that's just scratching the surface.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
They say the rebels in Iraq still fight for Saddam, but that's bullshit. I show you why it's totally wrong. Cause if another country invaded the hood tonight, it'd be warfare through Harlem and Washington Heights. I wouldn't be fighting for Bush or white America's dream. I'd be fighting for my people's survival and self-esteem. I wouldn't fight for racist churches from the South, my nigga. I'll be fighting to keep the occupation out, my nigga. You ever clock someone who talk shit or look at you wrong? Imagine if they shot at you and was raping your moms. And of course Saddam Hussein had chemical weapons. We sold them that shit after Ronald Reagan's election. Mercenary contractors fighting a new era. Corporate military banking off the war on terror. They controlling the ghetto with the fear of attack, trying to distract the fact that they engineering the crack. So I'm strapped like Lee Malvo, holding a sniper rifle. These bullets will touch your kids, and I don't mean like Michael. Your body be sent to the morgue, stripped down and recycled. I fire on house niggas that support you and like you, cause innocent people get murdered in the struggle daily, and poor people never get shit and struggle daily. This ain't no alien conspiracy theory, this shit is real, written on a dollar underneath the Masonic seal.
I don't rap for dead presidents, I'd rather see the president dead. It's never been said, but I set precedents.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects, it was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects, it was you, nigga. Tell the truth,
City
nigga.
Records was 80 seconds away from the towers. Some cowards fought with the wrong building. They meant to hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours.
Alright, 1 second. What's this one?
I get writer's block a lot, I might have smoked a lot of pot. Sometimes I can't talk, sometimes I can't walk, sometimes I can't leave at all. Sometimes my girl makes me wanna leave the mall. Why can't I rest? Something always gotta manifest. Please baby girl, put your man to rest. He had a long day, bitch, and take that test. All we do is make records, and corny motherfuckers disrespect this. Now it's time to get a little reckless. I was going to say let's get a little breakfast, but it's dinner time. I never remember, never mind. I learn from the mistakes that I make. Why do they call me mistake? Wake and bake like the cake that I make. Or should I say shake and bake? I've said before I made mistakes, but it takes a few times. Then I puke lines, new time over a new crime. Over just 1 or 2 lines. I'm a slow learner, drone burner. It's simple math, add and subtract. Listen to my rap, sing, have a laugh. Don't have an asthma attack.
My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
Yo, rap money ain't fast money. When you ask people for paper, they fucking act funny. And that's funny, because they'd rather download it for free than to buy my CD to help support me. And that's a fact, money. But they love to listen to the dumb stuff I rhyme, then they let their guns bunt like some dumb fucks. I might be a young fuck from Boston, not down south like young fuck. I know a white man that has a tattoo that says white trash under a dump truck. Hooked on phonics, worked for me. I was hooked on chronic perfectly. It hits a main nerve, but there's more to see. Like the bud with the purple leaves from a purple tree. It just means more to me. I'll beat your herb ass to the curb fast. I know when
my ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
I've been down the road, wasn't an easy place for me to go. You know what I mean? Felt like I was walking through life barefoot in the snow. God damn it, this world is so cold. Gotta get a grip. Every time I turn around, I roll another blunt and take another sip. What the fuck is my mind? Is it stuck in a state where I'm thinking I'm still locked up in a cage? I'm waking up in a rage, but I'm free. So let me just do me, nigga. We gotta make it in this rapping shit, cause I'm used to the streets hustling and clapping shit. But you know what? If I ain't got nothing else, then that's just it. I'ma roll with it, and I'ma roll with it and roll with it until I'm in the dirt bed, cause shit I did.
My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
Hold on, I get the next part. Here we go. You guys ready? I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep on going as long as I can.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
So, I want to show you guys this book that Flat Earth British was showing on his channel, which is, I think it's a really big key. So here we have an engraving of the beginning alphabets of man. And I really love how it has like these different stories depicting how civilization has is progressing. So keep note of that as I kind of go through these. And all of this is like symbolic, by the way. But what we're going to get to is that most of these languages or alphabets are based off of one, the Phoenicians, which are where it all kind of stems from. So let's go to the next page. And this is what I want to start to notice how this is starting to progress. We're starting to have, like, she's pointing to civilization. You see, this is when we have, looks like Jesus, really. So this is kind of the beginning of when we start to see these little buildings in here. And start, because when we think of the Bible, I mean, what kind of buildings are we thinking they were building in biblical time? You know what I mean? Because that's really what this video is about. It's about this strange Victorian architecture that seems to be out of place all over the world. So, why don't we look at some of these old books for some knowledge on the subject, right? So we have the Chaldeans here, right? And I find this like super interesting, right? We have them worshiping or sacrificing to the gods. Why is he showing that here? You know what I mean? We know a lot about this, right? In his history, how they've sacrificed or gone. The Chaldeans went very pagan in their ways. I think that's what they're kind of trying to symbolize here. So let's move on to the next page. And here we go. Here's where we're getting into some bigger answers. So now we have Syria, and then we also have the Phoenicians. So what is this? You know what I mean? Like, when we think of the Phoenicians, I don't remember anything about dome buildings. I remember hearing that they were very, they sailed all on the coast of Africa to Britain and all that. And what is this about the Egyptians coming right after? Does this have anything to do with the Phoenicians? We don't really see a race depicted, or we just see this crazy architecture. Let's continue. And also, actually, I want you to start recognizing these strange devices, because this book is filled with antiquitech of like all sorts. Let's go forward. Okay, so we have the Chinese here, Armenian, and the Coptus, which is basically like the Greek and the Egypt blending together. So yeah, let's go ahead and get out of that. And we see this little thing all over the place. We're gonna see these multi-breasted, weird-looking carvings all over the place, and I think this is actually representing Phoenicia. And so what he's saying is that I'm Alpha and Omega. I'm the beginning and the end, and this is the new. This is the new age. This is the new beginning. This is the new history. That's what this whole book is. It's basically trying to rewrite the past civilization before and trying to make sense of it. That seems what to be. And also, what kind of carving system, printing system is this? You can't really tell in this case, but let's look at some different examples. like I said, Flat Earth British made some really great points, which I just kind of want to like elaborate upon. It's like whoever drew this is next level. Like we got these thousands of different individual people doing their own actions. It honestly kind of reminds me of like 3D and like computer simulation of some sort. I mean, like you hear of all sorts of types of devices in the past that were automative of some sort. And actually, there's this other book where I'm going to get into that in a second, which will go over that. But back to what I was saying, we have this Victorian-esque type buildings, and what are they doing? They're kind of like coming up here, and it looks like they're destroying it. That's what they're doing. They're getting rid of this. And, what time is this? Well, this is supposed to be the Temple of Solomon. So this is why this book is so important, because when we go to look at what the Temple of Solomon looks like, or how it's depicted in here, it's depicted like some Victorian modern architecture. You know what I mean? Like, is this really, is this really what we were capable of building? You know what I mean? Is this what the Hebrews built? Well, the Bible says that the Phoenicians built this. And like I said in the first video, the Phoenicians are the Irish. So the Irish built this. The Phoenicians is just a cover name. It's just like a little scapegoat. Like you're like looking at the Phoenicians, you're like following their tracks, and then, you're creating a little history for someone that never really existed. So why wasn't the Gaelic language mentioned in these languages? Do you want to know why? Because this is a Roman book. This is, or supposedly, right? So what I'm thinking is that whoever wrote this or whoever came out with this information is, after Tartaria, or what we know as Phoenicia, or the Irish, or whatever you want to call it. So here's the thing. I'm speculating that the Phoenicians had some crazy tech. I found this this website where it's talking about some crazy inventions. Let's see. Other devices created the illusion of a talking statuary, hydraulically powered mechanical music playing automata, the Aeolian harp, which was revived and venerated by the English Romantic poets, and the hearing aid, and the Arca Musaritha Mica, a primitive mechanical computer that would compose simple, random compositions. Okay, so let's just think about this for a second. So they could create, and hold on, I didn't finish that. Writing messages in cipher, calculating the date of Easter on any year, and designing fortifications. Like, so what do I mean? We, I remember hearing about this in school, right? Like they used to have computers, and we think about like sundials and stuff like that. It's like, how did these things work? Well, this book right here is showing you like all sorts of a device that creates melodies on its own, a talking statue. I mean, I just feel like we don't understand. And we have these instruments. It seems like this is kind of like some palmistry kind of thing, like integrating it with astrology or something. That's interesting. Then you have these big buildings, and then like some kind of like device that I guess the talking statue comes from. Is this like a telephone of some sort? A study of the ear, astrological references to the ear. So I start to speculate that we have all these engravings. These, this has a specific look to it, right? You have all these different engraving type looks. Let's go back to this. All right, so we have, all right, let's look at this example. You know what I mean? So like you can come in here and study this. You can come here and zoom into any single one. And I just wonder, is it possible that maybe they had some type of auto drawing system. I'm not trying to like be like super skeptical. Like let's just be real. I mean, they had something that could compute musical compositions. You would think if they couldn't do photography, they would think of something, you know. And if they're the ones building all these buildings, then I don't know. These buildings are so great and so magnificent. I would assume that, who knows, maybe they left over some type of printing technology, and the people who came and did this mass murder, I mean, like, this is some crazy stuff here. Why are they doing this? Well, there was some secret knowledge here. And I believe the Jews, right, in Jerusalem, whoever was left over and survived and was remaining in this magnificent temple that was created by the Phoenicians, right? They wanted access to whatever the Hebrews were hiding. And that's what we know as, you know, the Roman Wars. And that's what this is. Some crazy, dark, horrific stuff, right? But why did it happen? Because they didn't know what was going on. All this stuff was left over, all this magnificent architecture. You can see all this kind of like mud stuff. What is all this? It's all ruined. Well, so is this a depiction of Solomon's temple right here? Like, this is what they're saying was in biblical times? And look at what they did to an entire nation. I wonder why, right? There's a lot of confusion. Here we have a depiction of the goddess Diane. And this is from Phoenicia, which obviously the Romans took, but let's look at where it came from. So let's see. This is because the cult of Artemis, introduced by the Greeks who populated part of the coast at the beginning of the first millennium BC. So who was the one who gave the Greeks the alphabet? I'm going to assume that they also gave them spiritual like concepts and symbolism. So, and then this is a older depiction of what now we just have her depicted as, you know, with a simple tunic, and it's not so graphic. So this is the older depiction of what we have in New York, Statue of Liberty. Okay, and here we have an older depiction of the Statue of Liberty, or Diana. It seems to be some magnetic levitation device of some sort. And you'll see these strange devices all over the place. And I think what I think these are symbols, meaning like these engravings that we all know, whatever artist or whatever created this, you know, this has been kind of manipulated to be now kind of like an arcane symbol. Meaning, like, I don't even know if like the technology actually looked like this, but now, you know, there's another one, the fasces. Let's look at that. Let's see. So here we have these instruments of torture. But I think that this thing right here was some type of...
Yeah, this is all Mind Unveiled.
Sonar device, you could say.
In my opinion...
deadly weapon of multiple flutes tied together.
Let me pause it for
that
a sec.
Could...
I see you guys talking in the chat. Let me come back for a minute. I was kind of busy for a second. All right, let me see what I got here. Sorry, guys. In order for me to see the comments tonight, I got to put them on the screen. All right, so I'll have to see it. Yeah, it's Mind Unveiled. I can put the link in if you guys really want the channel link. I mean, but yeah, for me, in my opinion, Mind Unveiled has the best grasp on Tartaria, on actually what it is. He has a whole series, and people want to know about it, so I'm covering it tonight. Let's play a song real quick and liven the place up a little bit if I can find it. All right. Boom, boom, Boom. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this way.
Come on. That's a grip of the serpent. That's the words of a liar. As I search to acquire the fire, first to inspire me to curse in each verse with the ire. You're witnessing the rebirth of the fighter. Need to do some research on a spider. Feet first with the bugs in my web, and I had madness on my mind. Doing drugs up at 7, throwing slugs up at heaven. Scorching from the flame of the hellfire burning. I'm an orphan of the game. Purple rain leaking, black coffin in my vein. I can see my sanity encircling the drain. Flush with the rush of the pills crushed up in my well. Am I still fucked up? Tell me where's the plug? It's so bad I'd have pulled it. A car out of fuel, I'm a gad out of bullets. I'm gone.
I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me around to get out though. Cause we cutthroat. But above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane, I flame on. Cut a line and go straight to the brakes, you crash dummies. Wipe the mud up off my face, watch the sun shine down on me. Risen from the ashes, swinging for the fence with a bat named Lucille, like Walking Fucking Dead. Pop the trunk, I'm fed up, from the street to bedlam. Murder, murder, red rum, drill a beat like Ted Bundy. I've been at this shit forever, man, for oh so long. Trying to paint a perfect picture with the tools that I got. Or maybe it's the death of my pops in a box full of ashes, passing around like a souvenir, asking me questions about him. The tension keeps stacking. The fact of the matter is I'm just a bastard. Now fuck what you talking, I've heard it 1,000 times. Back of my mind I had thought about suicide. Walk with my head up, but act just to crack a smile. Dealt with the hurt and the anger keep coming out. I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me around to get out though. Cause we cutthroat. But above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane, I flame on. Cut a line and go straight to the brakes, you crash dummies.
Alright. So, what do we got going on here? Alright, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the Zoom thing. People are giving me ideas. I might have to restart the computer. Alright, you know what? I'm going to try that. I want to be able to run this stream right tonight, but I'm already in Tartaria. Oh, after this Tartaria thing. After this one's over, I'm going to restart the computer. How about that? How's that sound? Alright. After this video's over. Because I don't want to lose track of where I'm at for now. See how this goes.
Do some serious damage. Do you really think this would like hurt someone? I mean, like, it just seems kind of like doesn't seem like the most efficient way to make an axe, right? Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
I don't have a mouse. I have like the little thing you press on the computer.
I think that this is all symbolism. Somebody like knew their stuff here. So we have the Temple of Solomon that in the Hebrew Bible actually says was created by the Phoenicians because of their crafting abilities. You know what I mean? Which I think is just a cover up. Look at the size of this angel compared to this temple. And that's an angel. You know, we could be like even like a fourth of that. So basically this is massive. So if we zoom in here, we can see the astrological symbolism of the man, the eagle, the ox, and the lion. And this just all goes back to the Irish. So I think they call this the Phoenicians, right? But this is really the Irish created this. Okay, so let's start to make some connections. In the Book of Mormonism, we have this illustration, and I really want to start to tie it together because, you know, I've been looking into the Tartaria conspiracy, right? And then you start to discover that all this strange architecture has this these similarities that keep repeating. And you know, once you know what the Book of Mormonism is about, you could start to look for certain clues, and I think this is one of them. I'm guessing it's called the Liahona. I don't know exactly what this is called. Now it's the orb and the cross, but I believe this is what it's based off of. And the reason why is because in the Book of Mormonism, a tribe from Jerusalem is trying to escape this like harsh rule or whatever. And basically God is telling them that they need to get out of there. And I have the quote here. Let's read it. So, and it came to pass that as my father arose in the morning and went forth to the tent door, to his great astonishment, he beheld upon the ground a round ball of curious workmanship, and it was of fine brass, and within the ball were 2 spindles, and the one pointed the way whither we should go into the wilderness. So basically, what this device is, it's more than a compass. It points to a specific direction, and somehow or another they found this, and it was directing their whole family to the new world. What I'm getting to is that the Mormons knew that there was an ancient civilization that was in the Americas that built amazing structures. And I'm guessing that the Book of Mormonism is a type of propaganda for the new reset after all this stuff happened. So what we have is Salt Lake Temple and all these major Mormon buildings being credited, and you know, saying you know, we have Wikipedia saying that this is actually built by the Mormons, when really I believe it was built by these people and this strange tech that we do not understand. And I'm going to get even further into what this is, but I just want to start this off with this small little clue here, and how I believe that also that this tribe that came from, you know, Jerusalem is actually the Phoenicians. So let's kind of put that into, you know, let's connect the dots there. So the Phoenicians built the Temple of Solomon. So they have some, I mean, and we saw that that looked very modern, correct? So we can assume that their building skills were beyond what we understand the ancient world to be. Is that maybe why we don't know who they are? Is that maybe why we have that scapegoat, right? Where we're trying to understand who the Phoenicians were, but they're no one. They're just some made up name called the fake ones, right? It's really the Irish. And they came to America with this device trying to escape some crazy dictator and restarted and built most of the cities that we know today. So that's just the kind of start of it, but I'm going to explain more and get and further proof as we go along. Okay, so I'm building like little like steps for us, you know what I mean? Because like this stuff is not easy. I mean, like type this stuff in. It's not like there's like a step-by-step guide on understanding this. So it's like I'm giving you guys little building blocks, all right? So now that we understand who the Phoenicians were, right? The Irish connection between the Tartars, that's my first video, right? Now we're going to go over crazy architecture that doesn't make sense. And this is one of the earliest maps that you can find on the internet. And it's just so telling on what we've lost, right? So let's remember, Phoenicians created the Temple of Solomon. Okay, so we're gonna see a lot of cities here, and this map is upside down, probably to cause more Tartar confusion, right? So it's completely upside down. Over here we have India, and then this is Russia, and then Europe is over here to the east, which is really, this is the west. So this is west, and then here to the left of the screen is east. So I'm still studying this. I'm still trying to understand this. But for the most part, if you look at this map and just kind of hover around, there's a couple big cities, and we see one in Asia over here. But to me, after looking at this map, the biggest one is over here. And I do think on this map, scale counts, because this must have been some type of older map that was depicting what this continent looked like a long time ago. Because when we come over here to Roma, why don't we see something like that? This is from the 1400s. Bologna, we'll go into that. So it's like, even here. So did this spread out? This is Gallia in the past. So it's like, did this spread out over here to Tartaria? And now we have all these insane buildings, cities. This is the old Rome. This is the old church. This is the old empire. And if they were this big on the coast, you would think that they could easily just sail over to the Americas. All right, so let's recap. Tartaria becoming a global civilization was a product of the Irish Ari spreading the knowledge to the entire world, becoming known as today's Phoenicians. I believe this Aryan race, or the civilization that followed it, possessed advanced knowledge, and I'm talking knowledge about the nature of reality, self, and magnetism. This explains why there's so many out-of-place buildings and architectures that just don't add up with the explanation of history that we're told. In the Bible, we get references of the Tower of Babel, and that there was only one language among men. Could this be why we were so advanced? Could it be that the people of this time were more passionate, you could say obsessed, with the beauty of the mind, material manifestation? Could this be what the Bible was foreshadowing to in reference to what destroyed these people? When we think of the ancient Irish, we think of the Druids. I think that was right after the flood, and with their knowledge of the magnetism, the world and the self, we can assume that after generations that the Irish spread into East Asia. I think most of these architectures that I'm about to present have a similar fingerprint, or we can see similarities between all the symbolism and the way that they even built these structures. They all have a similar Victorian type feel. So let's start with the Tower of Babel. I mean, come on, do you think this is just entirely made up? The artist was inspired by something. I mean, it's one of the wonders of the ancient world, and now that we know who built the Temple of Solomon, right, maybe we can assume that Babel was a point in time before the Irish was fully spread out, right, where they had one language before it started to become tainted, you could say, and all these people were working together willingly, passionately, to create a tower like no other, you know. And this kind of is ringing some bells towards all these strange architectures and the people who may have built them. I actually never had heard of this, but I found this out on John Levi's channel, really amazing channel. Let's look at this. This is Bologna from Italy in the 1700s, or what it's supposed to be. And I just didn't know that there was skyscraper type medieval buildings, I guess you could say. I just think that this is definitely shows an understanding of architecture that I don't think we really like prescribe to the ancients, especially, you know what I mean, 200, 300 years ago. And now we only have like 20 of these towers left, and this is what it used to look like. Freaking incredible. I'm going to try to pick up the pace here. There's so many different examples, but let's look at another wonder of the world, the Palace of Versailles. There's this awesome video on the Conspiracy RS channel, and it goes into all sorts of stuff like waste management, and there's like so many different connections between what I'm about to say and all that. But let's just keep it to the architecture. And I also found it really interesting how they were trying to put so much effort to these fountains. You know what I mean? When you look into the story of how these fountains were created, and that like they had to make this machine, and this machine is like an engineering feat that would actually like push the water all the water that they needed to actually create these mechanisms. I don't know. I think that's way beyond its time from the story that we're told. Sounds a little suspicious to me. Let's move on to the Chicago World Fair. So the story is this was built just for the World Fair. Now, this is something that I did not know about this. Like, you start to question, you start to really look and do the research, and then you find little details like this in history that you kind of knew about, but then you start to look into it and you're like, yeah, like this doesn't really make sense. So this looks like stone to me. This doesn't look like some kind of like quick metal construction that they built over a period of 10, 15 years. It's just not making sense, and even for the fact that they were lighting all this at this time, you know what I mean, with Tesla's technology, that's pretty amazing. If there's a conspiracy behind that, I don't know. Was that some old tech? I don't know. So another out of place architecture is in Nashville, and I've actually been here, and I did know about this, but I actually, until recently, until I actually started to look into all this stuff, I did think it was how they presented it, meaning like a replica. I don't know. I never really kind of questioned it, but I will tell you this: when I was there, I was pretty amazed at the size of these pillars, and they did look like stone to me. And I remember thinking, like, why would they have a replica? You know what I mean? Because it looks so perfect. You know what I mean? And yeah, and I don't want to just buy the official story anymore. I want to ask questions. I'm not trying to state I know what the answer is. We're going to get into construction photos. I know about the construction photos for Nashville, but it's just that there's a specific trend in all those construction photos, and it's just not enough for all these, you know what I mean, all these out of place, unexplainable mysteries. It just doesn't really add up. So, and for, the new people who may not really understand exactly what I'm, like hinting towards and all this stuff, is like, what we know is Rome, Greece, and what we've been fed through Britain and America, that whole story is a fabrication. And I'm kind of showing an alternative theory to the world in which the Tartarian Empire, or whatever this great civilization was called, the Phoenicians, the Irish, is responsible for most of the architecture in cities, in like the base structures, and not even that, the foundation and like the roads and everything for Rome, France, Spain, California, New York, America. And in the 18th century, something crazy happened, right? And when we're told that America is founded in the 1776, right? That's really when Tartaria fell, and they just are starting to, get on their feet. Or, there's been like a reset, and they're just now kind of taking over and getting their feet settled. But we'll get to that. So, all right, so it's more than just the architecture. I would say that's just the first clue. The next one is that a lot of these buildings have been repurposed as spiritual buildings, or what we call churches. I'm not sure if that's what they were originally intended for. A lot of these churches have, again, similar patterns. They have these organs that are built into the churches, and it's quite consistent. Like, the architect must have taken sound vibration into consideration when making these temples. There's this artist who studies 3D visual sounds in churches. And what she's found is that in these old churches, there's these fractal-like recordings that she basically finds in the water. And she has a couple different techniques that happens when she's, she makes different sounds in these churches. And my theory is that these churches were built with sound vibration, like, in mind, because they knew that it had an effect on the body and had an effect on their soul. It's like these temples would bounce sound around infinitely, and the people who created these structures knew that that had an effect on the body. I mean, some of these structures are magnificent, you know what I mean? And the fact that they applied a spiritual significance to it, the golden ratio, perfect proportions. And then we got to take into consideration that they took the time to decorate and add all this ornate detail, adding massive sculptures just to glorify its beauty. I mean, this is insane. And we can't even really imagine because so much has been destroyed. I mean, think of the map that I showed you. None of that stuff is there to the same degree. Think of the sculptures from the Chicago Fair. I didn't even know about that. There's this crazy book that I've actually known for a long time, but I'm just now tying it all together with all the knowledge that I'm learning now. And it's Natural Magic by John Baptista. I can make so many videos off of just this one book alone, and I'm probably going to do that. But one thing specifically that I think ties in here is that there's a specific section where it mentions that, and it actually is talking about Tartaria as well, but it mentions that they used to have this brass device that would emit sound into the city, kind of like a trumpet that would take the wind and turn it into this natural sound vibration. And again, remember what I was saying about the church? I think this affected everybody and their atmosphere and the human body at this time. And I'm saying this because in this specific video of Conspiracy R Us, there's this mystery of why these buildings don't have any bathrooms. And I'm not really going to go into that right now, but this is definitely the start of where I'm going with that conspiracy. But let's continue with just engineering feats that don't make sense for right now. So we went over the machine of Versailles and how the fountains that doesn't really tie together for at the time when they were creating all this, and that it seems like a lot of effort for them to try to like build this crazy machine to be able to just have a display of fountains. But there's also these canals in America and Peru that don't really add up for the time that they were created. We also have railroads, city plans, and streets that were already here, and we kind of just took over and used it as a base. We also have star forts, and this is something that I did not know about until I started to look into this alternative history. This is like all over America, and it's even on the Statue of Liberty. So it's like we're not really told about this stuff, and then when we look into it, this official story doesn't add up. Like in Florida, there's a star fort, and the official story is that when the settlers first came here, they built this, this crazy defense fort. Why would they even want to do it in a pentagon? You know what I mean, or a star shape? It's because maybe it was something else, and the settlers came and saw these different structures, used them as defense forts, and now we just have like the remainder of what's been eradicated. I went into the Mormons, but I'm just going to go over it again. I think it's a really key factor when we're learning about this alternative history. It's like the only kind of like source or something that we can kind of just look at and be like, oh wow, like this is what's put out by some officials. I mean, I still think it was propaganda, but it's kind of crazy that a guy John Smith is putting out all this information that is kind of going along with everything that I'm saying. But it's basically about a guy named John Smith who was contacted by an angel named Moroni, and he's told to go dig up these golden plates in a hill nearby. So John spends like 5 years looking for these tablets, and eventually he finds them. And the story that's on these tablets are about a family from Jerusalem who, by God, were told to venture out into the wilderness or into the new world. Okay, and small tangent, I already went into the little device thing, but all these different architectures that we've been looking at, and like if you look at them in Rome too specifically, they'll have these little like devices at the top of the steeples or at the top of the temple. And with everything that we've been learning about, we know that they've had automated machines. God is telling this family, hey, follow this ball or this device, which seems to be made of some type of mercury metal type of corporation. And also, I find it very interesting that now that device is kind of symbolic for Christianity, the ball and the cross. Why? You know, I have reason to believe that these devices were ether charging devices that created electricity. But here's the thing, it was created from the sun. I mean, think about it. These guys worship the sun, and I think there's so many different reasons why they did. But one of them is that's where they got their, that's how their technology worked. It worked based off the sun. And that's what that device is. That's what these architectures are. That's why they have all the symbolism integrated into them. Because, and I'm going to slowly show this, but one of the key technologies is this device from Mormonism. I just wanted to bring that up one more time. Is one of the devices that they used to somehow generate electricity, generate heat, generate something, is this ball device. And it could be that maybe the reason why they're on top of the temples is just to kind of like serve as memory towards the way they got to the new land, or, you know, maybe even to the fact that this device is the base principle of all their technology, meaning it takes sun energy and converts it into electric energy. Okay, so I'm going to go into a theory on how I believe they built such massive stone structures, and I think this is like another technology, and this ties into Coral Castle. I'm going to have a lot of these links in the description, and this specific engraving, I think, is a key factor right now. So it tells me that this is some kind of holy, sacred device that had to do with holding water. And I find this really interesting because I was researching Coral Castle and I found that Ed Lee Skolnick wrote a bunch of books on magnetism, and he wrote that he found the secret of the ancients. And there's a bunch of YouTube videos on this, but there was this one guy who was talking about how what he believed that Ed was doing is he was charging the water with the sun. He would put the water in a stone basin and charge it, so where the sun would separate the different electrons in the water, changing its magnetic properties. And what he was saying is that if you put this onto a stone, right, like where you would pour this onto a stone and then you emitted a frequency onto this water puddle that you had on the stone, you could, after time, make it like clay to a point where it could be manipulated. So what I think they could do and how they got such huge slabs of rock, I'm not 100% on how they did everything, but I'm just trying to tie in little pieces of the puzzle. I believe that all these different technologies that we see in the Hebrew Bible, the Ark of the Covenant, even this little vase that they seem to all have in the Temple of Solomon, these are different devices that the Phoenicians or the Irish used to build these structures. Okay, and that's why the Romans came in, and that's why they wanted all this stuff, right? So that they could have the power. So these devices, or this one specifically, was made for charging water in from the sun. Let's look at the imagery. Okay, we see a lot of different types of symbolism here. So that's enough of that. Let's go back to what I was talking about with the Mormons, because there is something else that is pretty interesting. So we hear that they leave for the New World. They land in South America, and this is the foundations of how the New World is started. The family is creating a great civilization in America. And I mean, you can see in the illustrations too, like these big stone structures, which is what I find so, weird or telling. But little tangent, John Smith was a Freemason. you know, back to this being propaganda, in the Book of Mormon, it actually says, though, that there was someone else there, meaning that maybe the story that they're telling you of this tribe coming as, like, you know, Jews coming into America, maybe the way they're presenting it might be accurate, but for the most part, it's interesting that in the book they're actually saying that there was another people there. This is what it says. It says, that I, Jacob, had faith in Christ who should come. He sought much opportunity that he might come unto me. And he was learned that he had a perfect knowledge of the language of the people. So this is the family that just moved into South America, right? Or into the Americas. There's another person that comes in and already knew their language perfectly. So I'm just going to get skeptical here, but I think whoever built these buildings must have been of a bigger stature, or of what we call giants, right? Let's think about those stories from Nevada of Lovelock Cave, right? The red-haired giants. I also find it interesting that there's a lot of stories of lost ships being found in the desert. In my first video, I go over how California used to be an island, and if you look at these maps, you can actually see that there used to be a river that went into this area of Nevada. This makes sense. Maybe these were the Phoenicians, and this story that we hear of Lovelock is just some stupid cover-up, right? Just some stupid thing to make you think that if there was giants, there were these crazy cannibals, right? So it's kind of like alternative media. It's like giving you what you want, right? Just to feud like the entertainment side of the newspaper, right? But at the same time, they're covering something up. So that's what I think that is. So now that we kind of know a little bit more truth about the Mormons, are we really going to believe that in the small time that they settled in America with wagons and oxen in a period of like 20 years, 30, even 40, let's just say 40 years, okay? You're going to tell me that they built all these incredible temples in Utah? I don't believe it. And let's look at the construction photos. You're going to see a constant trend, okay? Constant trend where you're going to see this kind of like scaffolding around the structure already built. I'm calling BS. Like, this is so obvious. And, you know, like, these are big events back then. Photography wasn't like, you know, something that they just kind of pulled out their camera and took photos, right? Like, they had a plan for this. So notice, right? Like, you type in Salt Lake City, right? To learn the history of Salt Lake City, and the first thing you get is Wikipedia showing you a photo of the construction of Salt Lake Temple. Why would they do that? Why? Because that's the first thing they want you to see. They want you to think that we built that in the 1800s and 1900s, whatever. It doesn't. That is a very old temple. It's a magnificent temple, and guess what? I'm going to assume that it has something to do with the story that John Smith, right? Like, look at this little pretty boy John Smith and his buddies. You really think they built this temple? You're telling me they didn't know. Again, guys, this is BS. They're telling you in the story who built these temples. You just have to be smart enough to put it together, okay? These construction photos are fake. You will never find solid construction photos of them showing you how they create stone dome type architectures, or even doing huge pillars. You're not going to see it, okay? You're going to see these scaffoldings, and maybe they rebuilt the top of like the little steeples, because like what I think they do is they actually take these things down. They've taken them down so many times that they've kind of figured out to an extent how to rebuild those parts, but they definitely have no idea how to create those base stone foundations. And the reason why is because it's based on all this old antiquitech that they still have not figured out how to do, which says a lot. It really does, says so much. All right, I want to give a shout out to Tech Dancer. We're going to move on to the next section, which is mysterious illuminations of the 18th and 19th centuries. I mean, this is a really awesome article because, like, I just think it ties in with everything that we're talking about, okay? I did not know what's so fascinating about this is the idea that in the past, right, we've gone over all sorts of types of inventions and different technologies that the ancients were thinking about. Let's ask this question. Do we think that eventually the ancients were like, when they were building all these big temples and they were building their big cities, eventually they were like, how can we start to light up the night, right? That's going to be an obvious question that's going to start to be brought up. And so the first thing obviously is going to be fire, right? But we know that that wouldn't work after time, right? So they would have to elevate that idea. And that's what I think this is these illuminations are not fire based, and they are some kind of invention of, it could be mercury based, it could be purely some type of device that's producing enough heat to have an illumination, and the way that it's producing this heat is through some type of mechanism that we don't understand. And there's a lot of different depictions of this. I really, really appreciate this blog because it's like all this ties in once you see the bigger picture. You know what I mean? And then you're going to see all these different devices, right, on the top that we're going to see similar trends. Okay? So what I take from this is that they had the ability to light all these structures on a grand scale. And this is not fire. Again, this is not fire. This is some type of glowing chemical reaction that you would use for huge events. And I think there's a reason why we're not told about this. There's a reason. And again, here's something different. Vases. Okay, so these vases would glow to produce light. So again, it's just different ideas in different ways that they thought of creating light. I think it's just another piece of the puzzle on an understanding of who the ancients really were, what they were capable of. I don't think our imagination is really up to par to what the truth and the reality of the situation is. I think we would be astounded and in amazement to truly understand what these ancients were capable of doing. All right, so now we're going to move on into free energy, and I think this is where I'm going to lose a lot of you guys, but it really isn't that crazy if we just hang on there and honestly just open our minds a little bit, because it's like, why has this been a constant theme throughout history? We've always, constantly have tried to invent some type of mechanism that could, be based on free energy. And you can't even really go and fill a patent out now on any type of free energy device. So that's how ridiculous this is. Okay. So I get it. I know I can see the comments. All right. I get it. But I don't care, because it's like, what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand some really out there, far out stuff. And I think that in order to do that, we have to venture out of our cosmology. We have to venture out of how we perceive reality. And I think one of those things could be free energy, magnetism, perhaps even anti-gravity. I mean, all these concepts could really help explain the mystery of Tartaria, the mystery of the ancients, the mystery of the pyramids. We don't understand how the ancients did some of the things they did. And it's like, remember some of the engravings at the beginning of the video. It's like, we don't imagine biblical days like that. We don't imagine them having these architectural buildings, or at least I didn't. I'm sure some people, once they've done the research, they could tell the obvious, but it's like, I don't think we're taught this in school. The reason is because free energy isn't marketable. Let's forget about the corporation aspect of it, or even trying to generate money from it. I think it goes back to a cosmology, okay? The idea of free energy shows you that there's a God. That's the idea. I mean, think about the people who were generating these types of technology, right? They were very spiritual. They were the basis of all our religions, right? So I'll get back to the free energy, but before we go to that, let's finish up with these out-of-place mansions, elegant fancy art, and strange fireplaces. So what we know as the Gilded Age is just some propaganda for all these Phoenician buildings, right? The traditional story is the economy was booming, and so a bunch of these millionaires started building these mansions all over America, right? Our Twain wrote about it, propaganda. Okay, so it says that a lot. If we look online, we'll find that it says these were built in 10 to 20 years, and again, we'll see that there's no construction photos, or we'll just see scaffolding. I think Conspiracy RS is a really great video that explains that whole idea. But I wanted to bring it up because of these fireplaces, right? Or what I think are advanced heating systems of the past, right? So again, let's bring up the Temple of Solomon. So the Phoenicians are building these modern day huge ass temples, okay? So now let's ask a question. It gets cold. How are they going to heat these places up? They don't want to obviously have to build fires in there, right? We've seen a lot of different types of technologies, okay? Now we're getting into something that is going to make a lot of sense now that we know all the things we know. These fireplaces were some type of heating system that worked based off of metal plates and some type of device that is found in all these fireplaces. So the connection here is that these mansions have these huge fireplaces that just don't make sense, right? First of all, they're way too huge, okay? They'll usually have like a painting right where the heat is coming out of the fireplace, right? So that doesn't sound like a good idea. That doesn't make sense. And the whole idea of a chimney is not really smart, right? Like the hot air is going up, leaving the house colder, right? And it's only going to be warm right next to the fire, right? When you look at these buildings, I mean, the living rooms are huge, right? And then you're going to have gatherings of a lot of people. So they needed some other way to heat up this house, and it was not fireplaces. Let me tell you that. It wasn't burning wood. Okay, so we'll see these strange devices, okay, that look very similar to what I was showing in the Book of Mormonism, right? The ball and the cross. And like I was saying throughout the video, is that this device is a basis of probably a lot of different types of technologies, but this one specifically, right? It's some type of magnet or some type of advanced device made from copper and mercury where the magnetic properties allow the machine to kind of work on its own. Maybe it takes solar energy, or maybe just the fact of the chemical reaction on its own, it starts to generate electricity. And when we found these mechanisms, we kind of forgot or lost the way to use them, right? So I don't fully understand just yet how they applied all these different things to stonemasonry, how they lifted the stones, how they did certain feats, but we can speculate, right? It's possible that they could heat up these rooms with these devices. And the way they would do it is that these two positive and negative type devices that were magnetic in nature would generate heat. And that in turn would generate the plates that are found in these fireplaces that would heat up to a point where now we're having hot air that's kind of coming into the room instead of burning wood and chemicals, right? They also integrated these types of devices on top of the buildings. I've said that a couple times. And maybe it's because they could turn these temples into energy charging devices to charge their different, their different inventions. They needed light, they needed heat. What else could they have possibly used? Could they have could they have talking statues, right? Could they have different telephones, different mechanisms for communicating? Well, which brings me back to what I was saying on the Book of Natural Magic, and that there was a device that created sound throughout the city, right? Or had some type of energy that was emitted, so everybody was affected by it, right? And there's this video on Conspiracy RS called Waste Management. It is super relevant right now, but they did not have bathrooms in all these different temples. And I'm just going to start the base for a really awesome video later, but I believe, or I'm speculating, that they figured out a way to magnetize their atmosphere, right? In their cities. And what this did was it had an effect on the human body. Once you've looked into the occult enough, I mean, this makes sense. And so this magnetism was spread throughout the atmosphere, or this energy, right? Or this sound. And I believe that this literally made us like gods, you could say, meaning like we had longer lives. That's what we hear in the Bible, right? The first families, the first civilizations, they had longer lives. What if we didn't poop? I know that sounds freaking crazy. Go watch that waste management video,
We
and then you'll
will.
see what I'm talking about.
We'll watch him waste
So we're
management.
starting to see the bigger picture, right? We have
Yep.
some type of explanation
starting
on
to see
who
it.
may have created these buildings, how
Mhm.
they were created.
Yep.
And now it's not so crazy to just talk about Tartaria, right? It's not just some crazy conspiracy where, you know, I've believed my whole life the kind of traditional story that America is teaching through their school systems, meaning like I never questioned where these cities came from. But it's like now with the bigger picture kind of present, we can actually go to this cosmology. We can actually try to understand, whoa, like this this actually might have happened. You know what I mean? Like there was a history that was completely different than what we're considering it to be, to what we believe it to be, which it's just not the case. History is not what we believe it to be. There is so much more to look at and so much more to really kind of break down. But I'm going to finish off with saying, or asking the question, what happened, right? Because like in the last video, I was saying that Tartaria was destroyed by some comet or black magic, which is completely possible. But in my next video, I want to talk about a completely alternative view that really makes me question what's to come. You know, it makes me question the nature of consciousness and how we advance as civilization, and whether or not this whole Tartaria destruction was deliberate or not, or was it a part of constant resets that have been happening over and over again throughout human history. I think there's just so much more to this. Maybe Rome did us a favor. That's another video that I'm planning on doing. Maybe we wanted to stop the deluge from happening ever again. Well, we'll find out soon, and we'll soon awaken to the truth, guys. Thanks for watching, and I know this might have gone fast and all over the place, but there's just so much to cover. I'm just trying to lay a foundation. Leave me a comment and let me know if there's anything I should go over. I appreciate all you guys, and until next time.
All right. Well, that was the next one. Let's see what we got here. Go back to the StreamYard. Oh, God. I'm going to have to restart my computer, guys, so I can see what's going on here better. This is the time when I'm going to play some music and restart this fucker. I almost pressed end stream by accident. It says we got 19 people. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What's up, everybody? I see Salted Sea there. I see a few people here. All right. I'm gonna play a song and I'm gonna come back, but I'm just gonna have to restart my computer so this thing will go back to normal. So let me see if I can play a long one. Yeah. If I don't come back in time, then I'll be back. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Hold on. I can't see shit. Man, piece of shit. Sorry, guys. This one will work.
All you see is crooks. About to go in, son.
Immortal technique.
Good looking on the beat. Forever P. Look. Killer bees back in the building with machine and them. We creaming them. My pockets of dirty money and clean again. Ain't got to tell you I'm dope. Just stick the needle in. The goose is off white, big enough to fit this eagle in. Just the seasoning. Why ask why? I has my reasons and my birds don't need no seasoning. Methyl D in this evening. Now ask yourself, is that really air that you breathing in? I think outside the box that I find a box I can keep them in. Or just leave it then, like a bouncer won't let your people in. People said they want that old map. Well, it's the prequel then. I get medieval, some people won't make the prequel then. Leave them in the fetal position, F it, I'm leaving it. I use the system, you cowards use euphemisms. Women call me super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who gave you permission to speak? To learn you listen, learn to listen to a different MC. You learn the difference in addition if you're missing MC. Sign this petition, get a fraction of that faction subtracted by my division. I'm a boss, so that means I make decisions slash killing. I will kill an MC to make a living, yeah. Call me super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
There's a new housing plan for the ghetto eventually. Project for a new American century. False flag terrorism controlling you mentally. The gospel in the hands of people with no empathy. A mixture of dangerous social chemistry between law enforcement and a military entity. Cameras on the corner of every corner you facing. Testing out a future Gestapo on immigration. Power, consolidation, information restricted. Just like the iron law of oligarchy predicted. Incarcerating the poor among the drug addicted. But not the families of the ruling class that's afflicted. Cause it's a fucking caste system like corrupted Hinduism. I think you should listen. I've been through the system in prison. I've been through religion. Carried the cross as a Christian. Like it was anti-disestablishmentarianism. Until the seeds of despotism arrested my vision. Lyricism with cynicism and syllogisms. Until they Pedro Albizu Campos and kill me in prison. Chemtrail conditions. Stem cells of Leo Strauss's philosophy. The birth of neocon policy. But I laugh at America's fear of a new world order controlling the hemisphere. Cause my people been living that for the past 500 years.
Intelligence, understand. Supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
The faction.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Caterpillar metamorphosis to bigger nigga. Lantern in his hand, headless horseman to the rhythm. Been successful for so long, I can no longer feel it. Take your finger, prick it, mob initiating members. Are far beyond the dime, my title ain't even listed. Federales listen, only hear me chewing, sipping. Dancing with a doll, prom night with Cinderella. Then we dip in the Ferrari, fly as time sell it. Vocals on Tony Bennett, I'm only in it to later see people I taught tell me, yo, we did it. I led a revolution in the world of tech and music. Free the homie, did his time and paid the restitution. Time go quick, better have all your goals set. You getting yours or just hanging on like an old dick? I can talk about money, we ain't the same, son. It's just different when you came from where I came from.
Yeah, it's me again. This thing of ours you will probably never see again. But for the growth, it's the oath we're believing in. Locks, Kostra, Nostra, yeah, it's 3 of them. Lucci and him, I'm the nigga they can't stand no. More work, more ammo. Gambino in a Lambo. Pull me for a situation you can't handle. More caskets, more murals, more candles. True poet, Audemars, you blow it. Ever I know, I'd rather die for you know it. High profile, this shit sells. Call Mary Richmond and tell him pick 12. Cause we never sing, we on the better things. Pride is nothing, integrity is everything. Yeah, if you broke, how you giving advice? Me and my niggas, we just living the life, yeah.
Call me super daddy, my powers is supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your
your squad up.
The possible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Cigar guts all up in the club, putting squad up.
Whistleblower, men are afraid to label the threat a traitor. Executive legislator trying to suppress your behavior. Intelligence interrogator, collecting metadata. Condemning the messenger and censoring the educator. CIA feeding propaganda to the television. In the next edition, the pundits preach it in repetition. Loyal to the monarchy, hereditary or elected. A royal family and a president selected.
Secret society. Secret
supervision, supervision.
Cast your raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
Impose restraints against your will.
Throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
The possible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Call me Super Daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Cast your raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
The possible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Cigar guts all up in the club, putting squad up.
There's a lot of opinions floating around these days, and I got my own. You know, they may not be publicly acceptable, they may get me canceled, but it's my goddamn American right to speak them. And if you got a problem with that, suck my dick. In a world made for the weak, the meek, the beta males and the sheep, too soft for debate. If they don't agree, then they just block and try to censor whatever you speak. Only like minds on the timeline that they see. They anti this and anti that, so close-minded really, they just anti-facts. And you can show them the proof, but if it doesn't all align with their views that they've been programmed with from the news, then they don't want to hear it, or even fucking be near it. See, the truth is too much for their spirit, that's why they fear it. They try to tell me no, but fuck it, I'ma say it anyway. I've been waiting for the government to kill me any day. What the fuck, I'm not important enough? Must I talk about the vax, how they poisoning us? Or the Vatican and all the little boys that they touch? I'm not scared, shit, it's not like I'm avoiding this stuff. Yeah, the First Amendment still lives on through me and certain other motherfuckers who ain't on TV. We the last dinosaurs alive in AD. When we're gone, then you'll really know that freedom ain't free. But if everybody got to showing some balls, these agendas they've been pushing will be slow to a crawl. But y'all so fucking soft, obeying and going along, sitting there triggered over a song. I know the type, got a Black Lives Matter sign on the front porch, never had a black person in the house. Yeah, it's time to call them out. Virtue signal motherfuckers ain't about shit, they just running at the mouth with these pre-programmed points of view and these ludicrous facts. Asian hate, stop acting like you knew about that. If you need a safe space, there's some room in the back with fresh vaginal wipes you can use while I rap. Pussy, yeah, it helps them all sleep at night, knowing they signed a petition for equal rights for transgenders, talking like it's their fight, when in reality they never met one in their life. They don't donate or actually do nothing about it, they just sit there sipping Mountain Dew on their couches while they clapping for each other and circle jerking themselves. Applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy cause I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot and discredits what I say. But I'd rather have some toxic masculinity than have an inner bitch in me, bitch, so suck a dick of 3. See, the algorithm's keeping you lost, and now you're caught in an echo chamber of your own thoughts. Let me talk while I can and speak to all my supporters before there's lawyers, threats, and gag orders. Cause nowadays that's the American way, with this false administration that has led us astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say, but we tired of that. So when I'm here to rap, I got a duty to the people to bring light to the facts. Never see a day I'm taking it back. If I gave a shit, then I'd use a mask for wiping my ass. And when it comes to the shot, I don't care if you got it, why you care if I didn't? I'm not understanding the logic. Shit, it's such a hot topic, you can get them in malls. I just got my 8th booster, fucking round of applause. People scared to say it, so they just say nothing instead. So let me make myself clear so they don't twist what I said. Hell yeah, I'll get the shot with a gun to my head after they pull the trigger and they vaccinate me dead.
And I ain't no Democrat, I ain't no fucking Republican either.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
I'm a free-thinking citizen of the United States of America, goddammit.
Raw thoughts.
And I've been seeing where this world's going, where this country's going, it makes me sick.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
Fuck the New World Order. Take that vaccine and shove it up your ass.
Raw thoughts. Oh, y'all thought I was done? Hell no. This is Raw Thoughts. You know how we do. Line these motherfuckers up, it's time to get to work. Where should I start? Joe Biden, I guess. Old Yeller, shit, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't died on us yet. You ain't our president, dog, shit, you don't have to pretend. Come on, Joe, we all know that you ain't actually win. Yeah, them puppet strings holding you up. Weekend at Bernie's, dementia really slowing you up. Should we be worried? You're tripping upstairs, then you're sniffing on hair. Someone go and get this geriatric man a wheelchair. And then you got his son making lots of loot from the Ukraine and blew it on prostitutes. So I snort a line of crack rock off the protective case up on Hunter Biden's laptop. So I'm typing in caps lock like, hi Fauci, I seen that mail leak, dog. Better get a better antivirus called a Geek Squad. The king of backtracks. Last time I seen that many wrong numbers was me when I failed math class. And Jen Psaki, I'm getting sick of that lying twat fire crotch. Always trying to tell me they'll require shots. But if it's shots that they want, I'll let them have it. If they knocking on my door checking my vaccine status. Andrew Cuomo, grabbing asses like the old days. Still had time to kill more old people than old age. We all hate you, judge and defame you. I speak for all Italians, we don't claim you. Injected Rachel Maddow with a fatal strain of mad cow. Walked her up a massive flight of steps and kicked her back down. Seeing news come out, make me wanna smack the dick right out of Anderson Cooper's mouth. So ask your senator, pass me the AstraZeneca vax. Your relative's dad, go and jab your stepmother rapid. Testing your ass when you have a temperature shit. We gone nuts, don't vax the messenger. Like Kamala Harris in Guantanamo Barrack. She's incarcerated so many people, I think it merits leaving her there to rot. She deserving of it either way. Just be sure you don't forget to go and throw the key away. Now you can call me insane, but Ted Cruz is actually growing on me. Wait, let me explain. Shot-wise, he's been freedom of choice, while also fighting for the First Amendment, which I need for my voice to get out. So no matter how bad that I wanna hate, I give credit where it's due. I know it's a hot take, but before I'm off the subject, wait, you still ugly. Shit, Arya Stark won't even wear your face. I'll impregnate Melinda Gates. She said my dick was great. I said shut up bitch, get back in the kitchen, fill my dinner plate. Then I liquidated Bill's estate, blew their house up with them in them, let them incinerate. Gathered up their ashes and slipped them into some vaxes. The FDA approved it and shipped it off to the masses. Had some side effects, but they ain't worried about that shit. Long as I ain't tell no one and pay my taxes. Get your vaccine, shoot up like 15. And don't forget to go collect your free Krispy Kreme. Go and get tested for fun to get a swab high. Cause there's nothing quite like huffing ethanol oxide. And Zuckerberg will try to censor my words. Jack Dorsey shadow banning, this revenge of the nerds. New rules trying to regulate life as it was. More mandates than gay night at the club. So I'm sorry that I had to come and stop the show before we all need a motherfucking shot to go anywhere. So someone had to come and rock the boat and say shit that even Tom McDonald won't. And I'm just one guy with the balls to say what I see, even if I sound off the ways. All I know is that we're way too lost to save. At this point, I could write a raw thoughts a day. Shit, but these are my opinions, and I'm allowed to speak them. You wanna get the shot? Do you? It's called freedom. You don't, then you don't. Stop forcing vaccinating, cause to me, that's like pushing pork belly on a vegan. I mean it. Disagree with my views, that's all fine. I respect you for yours, respect me for mine. We don't gotta draw a line in the sand or nothing. Just respect the motherfucker that'll stand for something. So keep watching the news and keep trusting the numbers. I'll keep digging for truth and tell them what I discover as they cancel motherfuckers just for raising their hand. I'll pull my megaphone out and get to taking a stand. Raw thoughts.
You guys can't see me. I'm right here. Don't worry. We got 16 people left. I'm not going anywhere. 2, 1. Oh, hold on. Playlist. Playlist. 1, 2, 8. Nope. It's no good. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. Maybe I should play one more song. Keep you guys busy. Give me a second. I'm looking it up.
Society's brainwashed. Yo, Bill. What up? What up? Think you need to let them know what's going on, baby. Time to tell them.
When I'm in the streets, I always remain cautious.
Let's go.
Every society honors its live conformists and dead troublemakers. I'm the son of Satan. Sculpted the culture of the ancients. Burn me at the stake with my left hand stuck in the matrix. I'm the apex. I steal science off of spaceships. Blackwater contractors captured off of camcorders. Aftermath slaughter, violent massacre. Masters of order. Burning effigies of presidents and American flags. Veterans clash for the chance to sell terror for cash. Babylon destroyed the base of Migdosh. Death codes, murder squads, exploding churches and burning mosques. Throw your dice, now your destiny's cast. And he sees a war will planet over centuries past. And the mysteries remain unsolved. Colossal pyramids on Mars. Visitors beyond the scriptures of Allah. God is on the side of the ones with money and large armies. Pray for death amongst these brainwashed zombies. Society is brainwashed.
I bet you can't see what I can see. That's right.
There's a few things we have to address.
I bet you can't see what I can see.
When I'm in the streets, I always remain cautious.
Good, God damn.
November 5th, 2001, less than 2 months after 9/11 occurred. The infamous William Cooper was murdered, ex-naval intelligence officer. But now author of Behold the Pale Horse. He paid the cost. I can't say that I agree with everything that he wrote, but I admire him for speaking his mind though. Never holding his tongue for nobody. Our society is brainwashed. Guns in each other's faces for the same lies. Same everything and same nothing. Same bullshit materialism. The third world man's luxury. This false flag fuckery. An AIDS-infested junkie. Your lady, your liberty. Can't fuck me. Can't touch me. The Black Pope, superior general. Tim Oscar riding like a pyro from Inglewood. Bring the hood up to a hovering mothership. They already made the switch to the one world government.
I bet you can't see what I can see. That's right.
There's a few things we have to address.
I bet you can't see what I can see.
When I'm in the streets, I always remain cautious.
Good, God damn.
Amongst the ivory tower witch doctors, witness explosion on the Groom Lake landing strip. The silicon source of a abandoned ship. Famine gripped the planet with the gigantic satanic fists. Believed to be linked to Al-Qaeda through his sandwich business. I don't advise you to believe these could be camera tricks. All I'm saying is to ask questions, amateurs. What Hollywood tries to pass off as a fantasy might have already happened in actuality, and vice versa. If Jesus Christ was a person, who was Mithra? Who was Krishna? Who was the first to be baptized, crucified, resurrected, betrayed and made into a martyr for someone else's redemption? Old men start wars for young dudes to die in Madison Avenue, telling you what you should be buying. Religion and science always profess peace, but in the end, who created the deadly war machine society is?
I bet you can't see what I can see.
There's a few things we have to address.
I bet you can't see what I can see.
When I'm in the streets, I always remain cautious.
That's right.
Good, God damn.
Alright, cool. Hold on. So now we're gonna get into something cool. Hold on one second. So let me stop the screen share for a sec. We're gonna get into the Giants. So everybody wake up.
You're funny.
You awake? Did that wake you up? Thank you. Okay, cool. We're getting into the Giants now. We're getting good, and this is the good part. We're getting into the good stuff now. All right, boom, baby, boom.
Welcome to Mind Unveiled. We continue with our Tartaria Explained series, where we attempt to put together the different pieces. We know many who follow us will be familiar with these concepts, but there are still many who refuse to look into the subject because a proper presentation is yet to be made. This is our attempt to achieve that goal. We hope to inspire curiosity into those of you who may be beginners into this subject. This is going to be our new style. I think it's kind of interesting, you know? We want to keep our egos removed from the channel, but with the avatars, we can be more expressive in our presentations as we speak.
Also, while we might have these digital 3D bodies now, we're most definitely not artificial intelligence of any kind.
Right? We get the funniest comments sometimes. There are people that think we're computer-generated voices based on machine learning. You'd think we'd make fewer errors if we were robots. Anyways, let's begin. Let's start off with a quick recap. So my first video was on Tartaria and the Irish, and that got removed by YouTube. And it's okay because it's all up on the website now at mindunveiled.com, but to be honest, I'm not really sure why I got removed. They were really vague, but I think it's because I mentioned some names, so this time I'm only going to be referencing groups in a historical sense. Plus, warning, the following material may be sensitive to your perception of reality. Please do not watch if you're easily offended. The first video on Tartaria was about the connection between the ancient Irish and Tartaria. The second video was on the Phoenicians, but it's very vague and mostly centered around the Mormons. Now we can continue to something that we're definitely not taught in schools, and that is that the Phoenicians had settled in the American continents far before Columbus. We are taught that California was founded by the Spanish in 1542, and yet if we read what Cabrillo wrote about the islands of California, he states, "Yet, wild and desolate as they now are, Cabrillo says that in the 15th century they were densely peopled by a superior race, and that the mainland was dotted by villages. The children of the islanders are described by early navigators as being white with light hair and ruddy cheeks, and the women as having fine forms, beautiful eyes, and modest demeanor. The whole story of California as we know it is not taught accurately in schools. It's funny, Disney actually had an attraction called Golden Dreams starring Whoopi Goldberg as Queen Calafia. I wish I could show it here, but you can still find it on YouTube showing the short film. It starts with Calafia guiding you through a journey of the history of California. They're telling you truth mixed with lies. She says she's the spirit of California, and one of the first things that I thought was weird is that she says that when the Spanish landed, they landed on shaky territory, implying that there was a great earthquake. They missed a big part of the story though. Who is Queen Calafia and where did this name come from? It comes from a Spanish romance fantasy novel named The Adventures of Esplandian that was published before California was found. Here's what mainstream history says. The Adventures of Esplandian is the 5th book in a series of Spanish chivalric romance novels by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo, which began with Amadis de Gaula, an even older series. Las Sergas mentions a fictional island named California inhabited only by women and ruled by Queen Calafia. When Spanish explorers learned of an island, actually a peninsula, off western Mexico rumored to be ruled by Amazon women, they named it California. From BigThink.com. When a mountaineer from Hernan Cortez expedition into Mexico in 1533 discovered the peninsula that today is known as Baja California, followed by a visit to the southern tip of the peninsula by Cortez himself, the Spanish conquistadors thought they had stumbled upon the legendary California described in Montalvo's novel, not quite comprehending that the literary creation was entirely fictional. Okay, well, why would Cortez believe in the story? It's because it's based on truth. Give me time and I will break this step by step, but there are many pieces to the puzzle. I have to lay out many factors before I can make this very clear. From Wikipedia, quote, "The island of California is one of the most famous cartographic errors in history. It was propagated on many maps during the 17th and 18th centuries, despite contradictory evidence from various explorers." Okay, well, I'm calling BS. There's a cover-up happening. First off, what are all these islands on the shore? You're telling me these are mistakes too?
Yeah, where are the
I
islands?
could have easily found out this information.
It's a good question. Where are all the islands on the shore?
Look at all the colonies that they supposedly have set up. Why did the Spanish leave? Disney insists that it has something to do with earthquakes. Well, there's more than the idea that California is just an island. That's just the start. There is no error. Argument 1. There's multiple maps from various cartographers that are supposedly based on even older maps. Argument 2. The story of the adventures of Esplandian is based and connected to the same story told by Plato and Critias, where he talks about a great war between Atlantis and the great terra firma. We're about to look at some books by the author Girolamo Benzoni, one of the first writers on the history of the New World. In many of his writings, it's very clear that the Spanish reference this land as terra firma. So, if mainstream history is true and that California got its name because the Spanish thought the novels were based on truth, then it further adds to the arguments that they believed it to be based on truth because they referenced the mainland as terra firma, showing that there is more to the novel than just mere fantasy. Argument 3. A great continent situated west of the Atlantic has been referenced and written about by classical writers such as Critias, Plato's Solon, Silene, Theopompo, Aristotle, Cicero, Strabon, Eratosthenes, Macrobe, Mela, Scylax, Alienus, Pline, Statius Sabosus, Posidonius, Festus Avienus, Diodor de Sicily, Plutarch and Cilia, Seneca, and many more. Among these names, there are those whose works are missing or fragmented. This shows that many writers knew about America far before Columbus. Therefore, they knew that this land was not a myth, and neither were the stories of California. If we take a look at some of the first writings on the New World, we will find some interesting information. We're going to take a look at some of the engravings by Bry Theodore. Become much different than we're brought up imagining. The schools teach that Native Americans or the Indians were the natives of this land. I have some information that will contrast that narrative. In the book by Girolamo Benzoni, America Par Quarta, we see very strange people living in Florida when the Spanish arrive. White, pale, cannibalistic giants, where the males are balding and the females have blonde and red hair, and they definitely do not look like what we know as Native Americans. There's so much I want to say at once, but I have to take this slowly if we're going to make sense of this. If you look deeper, you find that they say this is just a coloring error, and they try to cover this up in more recent versions by coloring everything this weird color. It doesn't add up. The truth is, there are many instances of red-haired giants occupying the Americas, a race descendant of the snake. These people are the Phoenicians, and I'll show you. In the book, The Phoenicians in Haiti, he shows how it's completely possible that the ancient Hebrews could have traveled to America. This also goes with the Book of Mormon and the Levites. Here is a Bry engraving of a Native American. Here is an engraving also by de Bry of the pigs. When looking at the engravings of the Celts and the Native Americans, I got the same impression from some of the leaders. It's very similar. The Phoenicians, or the ancient Hebrews, who descended from the Hyperborean or Iberon, Iberia, Ireland, are completely capable of having been known of America/terra firma. There's a lot of evidence for this. The best example is that this is in the Book of Mormon. Joseph Smith finds gold tablets left by the Levites. Okay, come on. If you read the story, it becomes apparent that there was a great civilization in America far before Columbus. This is the reason the Spanish avoided certain areas. They knew all about California. You may be wondering, well, what happened? Why are they described as primitive or as savages? Not too long ago, the sun disappeared. You can find this in many Native American histories where their people had emerged from a cave. Why were they living in a cave? Now, this is some controversial information, but it's based on the book History of the American Indian by James Adair. The whole purpose of this book is to attempt to prove that the Native Americans are descendants of the ancient Jews. I'm not saying that's true or that I believe it, I'm just going over what I found. The author brings to light many tradition-based similarities between the two cultures. This is another source that goes along with the Book of Mormon. And if it's true that the Phoenicians were great builders of modern Victorian-type architecture like it says in the Bible, then could it be that there was a great nation in the great west of America, even the Grand Canyon, but something happened? A great catastrophe, and the people were forced to go underground. It's likely that this event shaped and distorted their features, as they were incapable of seeing light for up to 25 years in some legends. Imagine what this would do to your consciousness. This explains so much, and there is even more to cover that is far from the mainstream narrative.
In 1909, an explorer named G.E. Kincaid came across a cave that held mummies, copper ornaments, hieroglyphs, and more impossible artifacts. This is often dismissed as a hoax because no one has ever rediscovered this cave. However, when you realize that the government has quarantined specific areas of the Grand Canyon, it becomes apparent why no one has rediscovered this cave.
Not only that, but the first settlers of the Grand Canyon gave Egyptian names to the different formations of the Grand Canyon. Why is this? The story of Amadis of Gaul is basically a long drawn-out fantasy romance novel with your typical motifs, but I found it interesting that the characters in the story represent different things. Esplandian is the son of Amadis, or Spain is the son of Great Britain, but in the story, this is when it was Gallia. Ireland and Spain used to be connected at one time in ancient legends, making one giant island known as Ibernia. The story is of a time before the Great Cataclysm, or Reset. I'm sure that many of you have heard of the Vikings coming to America. Well, let's just suppose that the story of Tara in Irish lore is true, or the stories from Plato where Solon tells of a great war between Atlantis and the Great Terra Firma. Just throwing this out there, what if the Spanish went to America before the Reset and were well aware of California and Mexico? At this time, before Spain was Spain, hence the symbolism of Esplandian and his adventures. Bernal Diaz says, "We were seized with admiration and declared they seemed like the castles of enchantment recorded in the book of Amadis de Gaula, grand towers, temples, and edifices that seemed to rise from the water, and all these were constructed of stone and mortar. Some of our soldiers said they could not be sure whether they were really seeing this or were dreaming. They weren't stupid, why would they just call it California?" Also, the story may be more than just fable. The idea of griffins is not to be taken lightly. Quote, "The griffin is seen on ancient metals, and the chariot of the sun was drawn by these imaginary animals with the head and wings of the eagle and the body and legs of a lion. They represented strength and activity." Basilius, 1647, says of the western coast of North America, quote, "Chains of mountains stretch along the coast, horrifying by their sharpness and steepness to their very peaks. Wonderful numbers of wild animals abound among their fastnesses. People tell that in the forest the griffies, or griffins, are found, and that this is not fable, but truth. Along the coast is the land of California." Nicholas Calafias paints Florida full of winged serpents. He affirms he saw one there, and that the old natives were very careful to get its head. What if the events in the history of New America are really in the 1700s? I know, crazy, right? Well, you really think most of these cities were created the way they say they were? It doesn't make sense that the settlers found this new land and paved the way with hard work and labor, and somehow found the time to build the railroads that went across great mountains. The Disney Golden Dream says that it's from Chinese labor. Yeah, right. Also, the bald people from earlier? Yeah, looks familiar to something else, doesn't it? Remember that for later. But anyways, the Phoenicians had many establishments all around America, in Mexico, California. It's not just them, the Moors, or the ancient Lemurians, the Turks, they all knew about America before Columbus as well. There's also many legends of a distinct race of giants with red hair.
Physical evidence of giants throughout the Americas. The Wendover Giants. In 1982, a bulldozer operator unearthed an underwater graveyard containing
What's up, Daryl Dessa?
168 full 8-foot on average skeletons. 70 of the Wendover skulls contained brain matter in which DNA was taken and tested. Surprisingly, the DNA did not match any of the surrounding American Indian tribes. Joseph Lorenz, a geneticist from Cornell Institute for Medical Research, too was seeking the DNA markers that distinguish Native Americans inside the DNA samples taken from the bones of the Wendover mummies. Once he compared the DNA to present European peoples, he stated the following: "I went back to the screen, and I looked at the sequences again. The first person's DNA, it looked European. When I looked at the second one, it also looked European. When I looked at the third, fourth, and fifth, it was slightly different from the first two, but they looked European." It is assumed by some academics that this was some kind of mass murder, as the necks of the bodies were all broken and faced north. However, upon further examination, it was concluded that this was done post-mortem. Not only that, but it was discovered that many of the children were found to be holding small toys in their arms. One body of an elderly woman was discovered to have broken and healed many bones throughout her lifetime, implying that this society had the resources to care for her into her old age. Though it's claimed to be the site of a mass murder, none of the bodies show signs of having died any violent deaths. Lovelock Cave. An example of actual living giants from our modern era is the Lovelock Cave account, in which a tribe of white giants were said to be living. The rumor goes that the Paiute and Shoshone tribes spent many years battling this tribe of reddish-haired giants until finally conquering the last of the numbers in Lovelock Cave. The Paiute and Shoshone placed some burning bush at the entrance of the cave and allegedly suffocated the last of them. It is said that the surrounding European settlements disregarded the events as pure fancy. That is until several years later when a mining team collecting bat guano discovered not only storage pits in the cave, but tool hunting decoys, oversized shoes, and giant human skulls and bones. There were a whopping 20,000 artifacts discovered at Lovelock Cave. The idea that this could have been a hoax is more ridiculous than the idea that these artifacts were created by giants. In many states, we have these strange, massive hills, sometimes called Indian mounds. In the 19th century, many people reported digging into these mounds and unearthing giant skeletons ranging.
All the mounds had skeletons, giant skeletons. Everything that has the word mound after it had skeletons. Skeletons of giants.
7 to 10 feet in height. In the mid to late 1800s, many reputable sources reported on these findings, including the New York Times. It's likely that common knowledge was much different during this period. Despite the fact that Native Americans nearly all have giants in their history, we are still told in school that things like this are fantasy. This intentionally paints the Native Americans as mindless savages who could not differentiate between fantasy and reality. Nowadays, these mounds are now protected sites and are said to be very sacred to the Native American cultures that allegedly built them. When questioned about these matters, organizations like Nat Geo and the Smithsonian Institution divert the conversation from giants into giantism. This is.
Did you guys hear that? She just said the Smithsonian Institution.
A shallow attempt at covering up what cannot be unseen. Giantism in humans is statistically very low, about 0.000007%. So, in order for them to explain all the giant bodies that they found, they would have had to have dug up 2.5 million bodies in order to have come across that many deformed skeletons. If those points don't catch your interest, then consider the fact that we have this quote from Abraham Lincoln that states, "The eyes of that species of extinct giants whose bones fill the mountains of America have gazed on Niagara as ours do now."
What do we see when we look over the writings that were left down to us? When you see coat of arms, this is symbolism left for the initiates. We see these symbols all over the books of New America. But tell me this, why do they not teach these books in schools? It's one of the first books on America. Shouldn't we see how incorrect they were? Well, these symbols are Phoenician symbols, and you'll see them all over architecture. In the Tartaria community on YouTube, the idea is that the Phoenicians are these controllers that basically took over everything and rewrote history. That may be the case, but the idea is that they didn't build the architecture. The Tartarians built it, and the Phoenicians kind of cleaned it up and added their own symbols. But I see these symbols more of a cause of the Venetians, not the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians is one of the great races that established colonies all around the world. In the Bible, there references the great.
So you guys getting this? We have the Phoenicians, we have the Venetians. Okay.
Builders of the Temple of Solomon, where again, in the Venetian engravings, you will see their symbols all over the buildings. The Venetians are the one most likely taking over ancient Aryan architectures and making it their own. Quick summary on how this could be so. To understand the evil that is Venice, we must look at the great poet's portrayal of the unbelievable duplicity that Venice represented. Works by Marlowe and the Jew of Malta, and by Shakespeare in The Merchant of Venice, and especially in Othello, the Moor of Venice. This is by no means an attack on any group of people. We're just looking at history and coming to certain conclusions. Please don't take anything I say as truth. Do your own research. Venice worked with the Turks to create a republic of usury and slavery. Contarini is a key figure for Venice in its war against humanity. Contarini was trained at Padua University, the son of one of the oldest families in Venice. Every Venetian oligarchy family sent their children to Padua University to become trained Aristotelians. To understand Venice, you need to understand that Aristotle is pure evil. Aristotle is almost unreadable, so what made his work so influential on Western civilization? Aristotle is a thoroughgoing defense of oligarchical society. In his politics, Aristotle is most explicit. His theory of the purpose of politics is to maintain inequality. The very basis for Aristotle politics is the maintenance of the master-slave relationship because it is, as he asserts, natural. Quote, that one should command and another obey is both necessary and expedient. Indeed, some things are so divided right from birth, some to rule, some to be ruled. It is clear then that by nature some are free, others are slaves, and that for these it is both just and expedient that they should serve as slaves. I'm not saying anyone did anything, there's nothing offensive about this. We can look at these events in history and just study the writings of some of these key figures. It becomes very clear what their intentions are. These quotes are not taken out of context either. It is true that even Plato makes a case for.
Yeah, he was saying the Venetians took it over, took the place over. The Phoenicians were different. They're the ones who built everything. The Phoenicians built everything. The Venetians are the ones that took it over.
Slavery, but unlike Aristotle, Plato bases his state on the idea of justice. Just compare Aristotle's politics with Plato's Republic, where Plato from the very beginning launches a diatribe against arbitrary power. I contend that the reason that Aristotle was so widely influential in Venice is that Venice was a slave society based on the principle of oligarchism. In another video, I will have to completely break down what's.
This is like his research. This is Mind Unveiled's research on Tartaria. I haven't done my own research on Tartaria yet, so I'm kind of like doing the research now. So basically, we're gonna do some Tartaria research on this channel and see what's up, and see what's going on. So that's what's going on here. This is like part 3.
What's going on here? But basically, this ideology spread into England through Paolo Sarpi. This phase can be understood as the fight between Giovanni, young houses, and Vecchi, old houses. In this phase, a very radical faction took over. Paolo Sarpi was normally a Servite monk who was exceptionally talented, yet he was much more. He was the leading organizer of the Giovanni. Out of the Giovanni salons and secret society, Venice planned the destruction of Christianity and what was later to be called Freemasonry. In a book about Sarpi, a modern historian by the name of Wooten proves that Sarpi was the creator of empiricism and taught Francis Bacon his so-called scientific method. This work proves that Sarpi revealed himself in his work to be a radical atheist. Think about how influential Francis Bacon was on Christianity, being one of the editors, if not the main editor, of the King James Bible. This also starts to make very clear why we are taught a specific cosmology in schools.
Right here, fatheads.
Sarpi is the real founder of modernism and the Enlightenment.
Tell me if this is
With these ideas, he created Freemasonry, which dominates England to this day. Out of this ordeal came Giordano Bruno, Galileo, the Rosicrucian
I think
cult,
that's it,
and the 30 Years'
Chris
War.
Webby. I think that's who
The
it is.
Giovanni very consciously had to build up their own faction among the English
I
nobility.
forget what I played.
English had to be totally controlled. The way the Giovanni functioned was by the creation of a Protestant-controlled merchant class. This was most explicit with the creation of the Venice Company by the Earl of Leicester, the founder of the Puritan movement in England. It was he who was granted by certain trading routes. In 1581, another trading company was created with a Venetian agreement, called the Turkey Company. These two companies later merged and became the Levant Company, which later became the infamous British East India Company. These symbols are the elite telling you a secret and a different story. These books on the history of the New World are filled with these symbols. What's going on here? You can also see that these symbols are much older and that they've been used for quite some time. This is history being rewritten. Where you still see Phoenician architecture in major cities all around the world. From Cadiz to Venice in California. Why would settlers travel to America to be free and start building European-type architecture? It doesn't make sense. It was already there. And not too long ago, 200 to 300 years ago, there was a great reset, and there has most likely been more than one. The great expositions of the world are all put up by the same establishment in order to keep this continuous lie. How many cities were destroyed in fire? Why put all this effort into building an exposition with all this ornate detail, and it does look like stone, and then go through the effort of tearing it all down in such a short span of time? Some of these buildings from San Francisco look much older, and the truth is, they are. They look very antediluvian, and there's a reason why. Because these buildings were before the
Antediluvian means the antediluvian era was before the flood.
flood, which is actually not too long ago. What does that mean? It means we have completely lost touch with reality. 1,000 years of time has been added to our calendar. Think about it. There is 1,000 years of literature, music, and art that are completely missing. The art that we know from the Renaissance is another Venetian scam in which artists were made up for all these great Aryan masterpieces. If you really look into it, there is no text that is before the 1500s. If it is, it's most likely made up. These writings from Benzoni are probably not from the 1500s. Type in any classical musician. you'll see a big gap in the history right before the 1700s. Same for literature. And sure, don't get me wrong, there are
Nice.
examples for different writings from different eras.
Facts.
But most of the time, they don't have a clue when it's from. History as we know is not what we
I didn't
think,
give you a
and I'm
wrench.
not the
Maybe
only
it
one
was
stating
Singe
this.
Man.
I didn't come up with this.
But yeah.
One great reference is flamenco. As many have mentioned, he is an extremely intelligent
Maybe Singe Man's handing out wrenches.
man known for his feats in mathematics. One of his key works is the New Chronology, where he goes over how our mainstream history comes from one man known as Scaliger. There are some familiar scientists who disagreed with the chronology of Scaliger-Petavius and reckon that the real ancient and medieval chronology differed significantly. D'Arcija, 16th
Or
century.
if it's
It is known merely that
if it was on the one you don't see, then it might have been Michelle that gave it to you.
D'Arcija claimed an ancient history to have been forged in the Middle Ages.
We have a late night live channel and a one you don't see. We're on 2 channels right now. We're on the one you don't see, and we're on the new late night live channel. So we're on 2 channels, and we're on Odyssey.
However, we regrettably failed to have found any of his works. The Salamanca University could not give us any information about them either. Sir Isaac Newton, the great English scientist, physicist, and mathematician, devoted a large part of his life to chronology and published a large volume entitled The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended, to which is prefixed a short chronicle from the first memory of things in Europe to the conquest of Persia by Alexander the Great. Jean Audouin, eminent French scientist and author of a large number of works on philology, theology, history, archaeology, and numismatics, he was also director of the French Royal Library and wrote a few chronological works with sharp criticisms of the entire edifice of the Scaligerian chronology. He was of the opinion that the most of the so-called ancient artifacts were either counterfeit or belonged to a much more recent age. Robert Baldauf, the German philologist of the late 19th and early 20th century, assistant professor at the Basel University and author of the 4 volumes entitled History and Criticisms. He came to the conclusion that the ancient literary works were a lot more recent than one has accustomed to think. Guided by philological considerations, Baldauf proved that those works were all medieval in their origins. Edwin Johnson, English historian of the 19th century, criticized the Scaligerian chronology severely in his works, claiming that they needed to be truncated drastically. Wilhelm Keimer, late 19th century, a German scientist and lawyer, developed a method of verifying the authenticity of ancient documents. He discovered nearly all the ancient and early medieval Western European documents to have been either copied or forged in a more recent age. He came to the conclusion that both ancient and medieval history was falsified, and wrote several books on the topic. Quote, "The chronology of ancient and medieval history in its present form had been created, and for the most part, concluded in a series of fundamental works of the 16th to 17th century that begins with the writings of Josephus Justus Scaliger, 1540 to 1609, called The Founder of Modern Chronology as a Science by the modern chronologist E. Bickerman. The groundlaying works of Scaliger and Petavius of the 16th to 17th century present the ancient chronology as a table of dates given without any reasons whatsoever. It is declared to have been based on ecclesiastical tradition. This is hardly surprising since history has remained predominantly ecclesial for centuries, and for the most part was written by the clergy. Today it is believed that the foundations of chronology were laid by Eusebius Pamphilus and Saint Hieronymus, allegedly in the 5th century AD. On figure 1-6, we have a medieval painting of Eusebius Pamphilus of Caesarea dated 1455. It is worth noting that Eusebius of Caesarea is painted in typically medieval attire of the Renaissance epoch, most probably because he had lived in that period of time and not any earlier. Despite the fact that Scaligerian history ascribes Eusebius to the 4th century AD during the years 260 to 340, it is interesting to note that his famous work titled The History of Time from the Genesis to the Nicene Council, the so-called Chronicle, as well as the tractate by St. Hieronymus Jerome weren't discovered until very late in the Middle Ages. Apart from that, historians say that the Greek original of Eusebius is only available in fragmentary forms nowadays, and it is complemented by the ad libitum translation made by St. Hieronymus. It is very significant that the Scaligerian chronology was initially created with the paradigm of the Western European Catholic Church, which had remained in its firm control for a great amount of time. Many eminent Western European chronologists of the 16th and 17th century have belonged to the clergy. Scaliger, for instance, was a theologian. Tischendorf, the founding father of paleography, was a doctor of divinity. Dionysius Petavius, a Jesuit and an author of several theological writings. This whole idea that the Greeks and Romans are the civilizers of society is a complete lie. He says that the events in the Bible are far more recent than you can imagine. The Old Testament is actually more recent than the New Testament, ironically. The events in the Old Testament are actually from less than 500 years ago, according to Fomenko. The new chronology offered by Sir Isaac is a lot shorter than the consensual chronology of Scaliger. Newton moved most of the events dated as preceding the epoch of Alexander the Great forward in time, closer to us. His revision isn't as radical as that contained in the writings of N.A. Morozov, who was of the opinion that the Scaligerian version of ancient chronology was only veracious starting in the 4th century AD. Let us mark that Newton did not go further in time than the BC AD mark in his research. The first researcher of our time who had raised the issue of providing scientific basis for the consensual chronology in its fullness and quite radically was Nikolai Alexandrovich Morozov. In 1907, N.A. Morozov published a book titled Revelations in Storm and Tempest, where he analyzed the dating of the New Testament apocalypse and came to the conclusion that contradicted the Scaligerian chronology. In 1914, he published The Prophets, which contained a radical revision of the Scaligerian datings of the biblical prophecies. In 1924 to 1932, N.A. Morozov published a fundamental work, Christ, in 7 volumes. The initial name of this opus had been The History of Human Culture from the Natural Scientific Point of View. It contains detailed criticisms of the Scaligerian chronology. The important fact discovered by Morozov was that the consensual Scaligerian chronology is based on an unverified concept. Having analyzed a great body of material, N.A. Morozov put forth and partially proved the fundamental hypothesis that Scaliger's chronology had been expanded arbitrarily as compared to reality. This hypothesis was based on the tile repetitions that N.A. Morozov had found, namely tile texts that apparently describe the same events, but are dated differently and considered unrelated in our time. The publication of this work caused vivid discussions in the press, and its repercussions can be found in contemporary literature. There had been a number of rational counter-arguments, but the critical part of Christ remained indisputable in its entirety. N.A. Morozov did not go further than that of the 6th century AD in time, considering the consensual version of the chronology of the 6th to 13th century to be basically correct. We shall yet see that this opinion of his turned out to have been gravely erroneous. Quote, before the 13th and 14th century, the devices for time measurement were a rarity and a luxury. Even the scientists didn't always possess them. The Englishman Valcherius was lamenting the lack of a clock that afflicted the precision of his observations of a lunar eclipse in 1091. Quote, the clocks common for medieval Europe were sundials, hourglasses, and water clocks, or clepsydrae. However, sundials only were of use when the weather was good, and the clepsydrae remained a scarcity. In the end of the 9th century AD, candles were widely used for timekeeping. Modern historians base their observations of the Scaligerian chronology believing that medieval authors had attained a state of great confusion in what concerned both concepts and epochs due to their alleged ignorance, and that they had confused the ancient biblical epoch with the medieval one. Medieval painters, for instance, kept portraying the biblical and the ancient characters in typically medieval costumes. However, another point is viable, one that differs from the traditional love for anachronisms explanation. Namely, that all the statements made by the medieval chronographers and artists may have reflected reality, and we consider them to be anachronistic because we follow the erroneous Scaligerian chronology. The oldest, more or less complete copies of the Greek Bible are the manuscripts of Alexandria, Vatican, and Mount Sinai. All 3 manuscripts are dated as the second half of the 4th century AD. The codex language is Greek. The least is known about the Vatican Codex. Nobody knows how the artifact manifested in the Vatican around 1475. The Alexandrian Codex is known to have been given to the English King Charles I by the Patriarch Cyril Lucaris. So, the 3 oldest codices of the Bible only surfaced after the 15th century AD. What we know for certain is that the history of these documents can be traced as far back as 1475 AD. In other words, no other, more or less complete, ancient Greek Bibles exist. There are no Hebraic manuscripts of the Bible predating the 9th century AD in existence, although those of more recent time, primarily the middle of the alleged 13th century AD, are kept in many national libraries. The oldest Hebraic manuscript is a fragment of the Books of Prophets and is dated to 859 AD. One of the 2 second oldest manuscripts is dated to 916 AD and contains the Books of the Prophet. The other is dated to 1008 AD and contains the text of the Old Testament. The Scaligerian history insists that all the events concerning the biblical patriarchs occurred precisely and exclusively on the territory of the modern Mesopotamia and Syria. Nevertheless, it is immediately acknowledged that as to what concerns the identity of the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, one can just reiterate that the information obtained as a result of the most fruitful excavations in Syria and Mesopotamia was extremely meager or simply non-existent. Furthermore, the Scaligerian history is of the opinion that all the events involving the biblical Abraham and Moses occurred on the territory of modern Egypt. It is evasively stated that, quote, the historical intensity of this tradition is not confirmed archaeologically, but its historical plausibility is, together with an account of the circumstances that may have been setting the patriarch's biography. Archaeology, as well as the historical sciences in general, can find no proof to the biblical legend about the Egyptian slavery of the Jews. The Egyptologist Wilhelm Spielberg tells us that what the Bible tells us about the plight of Israel in Egypt isn't any more of a historical fact than the accounts of the Egyptian history related by Herodotus. Archaeological research shows that the books of the Old Testament have no archaeological proof of their localization and dating as suggested by the Scaligerian tradition. Thus, the entire Mesopotamian biblical theory becomes questionable. Fomenko's work is very dense, and it would take me an entire series to cover. However, just know that there is much more to this than just mere fancies. Yet with the Vatican holding 50 miles worth of archived documents, it makes you wonder what they could be. The rational skeptic will say they're just boring papal records. Duh, yes, I'm sure there's some papal records, but 50 miles worth? That would imply that human history has gone on far longer than we've been told. Here's the thing, I know many already in the rabbit hole understand this information, but I want to make it more widespread. It really comes down to an understanding that there might have been a cataclysm in the past, and that maybe it had some type of intelligence. Maybe, just maybe, this could be controlled by certain individuals. I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just saying that there's a group of people that probably are not who you think they are. That's all I'm going to say. But let's continue.
Yeah, there is.
We all know the Bible stories of the flood. There's also the Greek myths of the stories of Niobe and Pheronius. But these myths are all around the world. There is a cataclysm of water and of fire, and there will be many more, says Solon. It's not a crazy idea. Basically, a group of individuals survive the cataclysm.
A group of individuals survive the cataclysm. Somehow they figure out a way to do it, and then they plan what the way we live today, the way the place is now, is what they planned while they were surviving the cataclysm for 1,000 years, and they added a fake 1,000 years onto our shit.
And took their chance to conquer the terrestrial paradise, or the ancient legends of California, which are probably not so ancient. After the Great Cataclysm, the Spanish returned once again to the land, now being ruled by an outside nation, which, only having older documents, were not yet sure what was going on. They went to explore the Great Terra Firma, but they find bald, white cannibals with great strength and great stature. Also, the females are in rule like in the story.
I knew a bald white cannibal once.
What if before the reset, the occupants possessed advanced technology, and after the reset, this led to EMFs pervading the land? You can tell that they were well aware.
How can you tell I'm next to the water? I am next to the water. How can you tell?
Aware that they were balding, and that this is not just artist error, because in another book, they're cutting off the other tribe's scalps and wearing their hair as hats. Also, to show the connection between the Phoenicians, this ritual of pouring gold into the mouth in this manner is exactly the same thing as shown in this old book on the destruction of the Tower of Solomon. Again.
Yeah, I'm in Boston. But yeah, I thought you could hear it or something.
Established.
Like, I can throw a rock to the water.
The connection. But back to what I was saying about technologies. A lot of these ancient buildings in America that we know and call historic buildings have these different types of energy devices on their tops. Also, the founding fathers had to wear wigs. This is never fully explained in the schools, and it makes me wonder if it has anything to do with these white cannibals. Again, people refuse, but the founding fathers are most likely not what we think. I mean, come on, Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity by tying a key to a kite?
No,
stories they tell us.
No, Benjamin Franklin had bodies under his house at West Craven.
And what about
36 Craven?
Mount
What-
Rushmore? It was just sculpted from dynamite? Maybe so, but what if these inhabitants were here before the cataclysm? Then something intense happened and everything was destroyed. Perhaps before the cataclysm, their hair began to fall out because of the technology being used.
Yeah, he's right. These people were probably white cannibals.
Electricity and photography are likely much older than
It makes sense now why he had so many hacked up bodies under his house.
we are led to believe. They had ways of transferring electricity without wires, and this led to a buildup of EMFs causing
Cain and Abel.
sickness in people.
Some people say Cain ate Abel, and that's where the word cannibal comes from. Because the Bible never says what happened to Abel's body or some shit. I don't know. That's what I heard.
Are these the same people from the Bry engravings, but after some great cataclysm? The knights are wearing metal helmets, and I think these would do little to protect from bullets or swords. Was it to protect their hair? They obviously knew that these individuals looked quite sick. What this is a cover-up history document that is taught to Freemasons, as we can all see the symbolism throughout the book.
Yeah, you can.
The Mormons did not create the temples that they possessed, they simply found them and dug them out of the mud. Do you know why we don't build in brick anymore? Some people don't realize the complexity of building with stone, and that's the real reason why we don't do it. It's far too much work for these small groups of settlers to have accomplished, and take into consideration that they're telling you in the Book of Mormon that the Phoenicians came to America. As I was researching this, it became clear that some of this Latin is very difficult to translate, and English translations are very hard to come by. I also thought to myself that Latin seems honestly kind of backwards, and it doesn't really add up when you think about it. How could it be a dead language when the Gaelic languages are still alive in some form? I also thought it was very strange that these books are written in Latin and then translated from there. They say Pig Latin has no connection to Latin, but I'm not so sure. Pig Latin is a game played by children to mix up words, and it's also used in programming. But it comes from an even older term known as Dog Latin, where the priest would actually create new words with Latin or even rearrange a sentence. I know that certain words are derived from Latin, but when you put it all together, it doesn't seem like a language that was actually spoken. It seems like some type of code to make you think that all the different languages actually originated from Latin, hence Greek, again giving credit to show that the Romans and the Greeks are the civilizers of society. There's a significant amount of evidence to show that many English and Hebrew words are derived from Gaelic. It is said that the Hebrew priest, after the Phoenicians, rearranged the Hebrew alphabet, and in order to keep the power of the language of the Chaldeans away from ordinary man, the numbers were also rearranged, so that the old language that was based on divine symbolism had been corrupted for the masses to use. If this is so, then we can begin to understand how big the lies really are. I don't intend you to accept this as truth, but maybe, just maybe, you will start to question what you really know to be true.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind
Hold on, I like that part.
and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Alright. Let's see where we're at now. Alright, stop the screen. What do we got? We got 9. Wow, we got 19 people here. Whoa, the numbers just keep jumping. We were at 11. Now we're back up at 19 again. How's everybody enjoying this? You guys having fun with it? You want me to keep going with that? All right, we'll keep going because this is what I'm trying to do here tonight. I'm just trying to open the channels up. Like, we got 2 new channels. We don't even know if we're even going to go back to the old channels. Why go back to the old channels? Everybody's here. What's the difference? You know, just build these ones now. The old channels are stained. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking assholes. We'll probably go back to Boston Ray in a week, though. But make sure you stay subbed to all the channels. We got Boston Ray, Mudfoot Adventures. We got Michelle L2. We got The One You Don't See. We got friggin' the Late Night Live channel now. We have Odyssey, Michelle L. Odyssey, Boston Ray Odyssey. We have 2 Odysseys. We're on Odyssey right now. We have Singeman has some bit shoots. I have a bit shoot. Telling you, you gotta follow us everywhere because YouTube is cracking down. They took Jen's channel down today. You got to get her on the Truth Seeker 69 now. I'll put her link in. So yeah, they took down Domestic Truther. So, and they struck Stavely today for no reason. And they fucked up my monetization. Oh man, my phone just died. Sorry, Jen. I don't know what you want me to do. They fucked up my monetization. So now I can't get monetized on Boston Ray for like 3 months, and they'll probably try to strike me again before then. So that's why we're doing what we're doing here. We're opening up this channel. So let me see what I can do. All right, so that's it. That one was about the Giants. All right, here we go.
Conspire, slain, come on. Yeah, as I stand once again at the church steps, while the box gets raised by the pallbearers. In the same neighborhood I had first left, I look around and see these faces are all mirrors. I can see the past I recall clearest, fall nearest, brothers that we call dearest. Under the thunder while we wonder if the Lord hear us. I seen the writing on the wall where I scrawled lyrics. Crush it when the panic comes in, and hope against hope to be a man among men. Till you walk in my shoes and you stand in my skin. You never understand how bananas I've been. It's life in the streets, how do we run through it? I guess we either rise above it or succumb to it. I seen the hell and the heaven of it all. The good die young, buried with the legends of the fall. I watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told.
Me 20 years, now a sober guy. Bad guys back, now a good guy. Cobra Kai, vocalize, there is no more lies. I am transparent, gaining knowledge, what's the point if you can't share it? Evolve, I don't want problems, I want them resolved. Walk straight, head on a swivel, watch out for evil. Hey, I am small, but twice you have seen this giant fall. Major ego, little knucklehead with iron balls. Stay away from drama now, like how the hell am I involved? Unless you want some positive energy, please don't try and call. Used to think I'm king of the jungle, the little lion roar. Now half my friends are gone, are on the other side of iron doors. Ruined idol from too entitled to suicidal. Excited cause I'm happy now, so everything I do is vital. Appreciate the blessings, keep my head down and keep grinding. Come out the darkness, if you want the light, you will find it. I watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told. I watch the giants fall. In the past you flew, but now you're flying low. Watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told. I watch the giants fall. In the past you flew, but now you're flying low. I watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told. I watch the giants fall. In the past you flew, but now you're flying low. I watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told. I watch the giants fall. In the past you flew, but now you're flying low. I watch the giants fall. Watch the giants fall. Watch the giants fall.
We in Colorado Springs. Webby and Friends concert about to go down. I'm one of his friends, so I'm here.
It's hot, it's hot. I came to pass the blunt around. I fuck around, but y'all already knew that shit. And I run the whole game untamed, bringing bags to the bank. Yeah, I really do that shit. And I'm rolling with the top back. run that track with a bad little bitch with a butt that's fat. In a pocket full of Adderall, I'm just here to have a ball. After all, I got the sauce that y'all lack. Got the sauce like Heinz, oftentimes seat up in my car's reclined. I'm off, so don't fall behind. Check lost and found, I think I really lost my mind. Call my bluff shit, y'all can't even call my line. My inbox always filled like my bottle of pills. Thank God for modern medicine, my doctor refills. However you feel, if you get the stepping for real, I pull up with my dogs and coop Cruella DeVille's. With the syllables, I be villainous, brain limitless. Never follow rules, I rule the school syllabus. Underground's the land of which I am indigenous, and I grew up in it through methods of photosynthesis. Putting down roots in the game that go deep. Carve out my own lane and flow freely. For W-E-B-B-Y, believe me, killing this shit is so easy. I came to pass the blunt around, I fuck around, but y'all already knew that shit. And I run the whole game untamed, bringing bags to the bank. Yeah, I really do that shit. And I'm rolling with the top back, run that track with a bad little bitch with a butt that's fat. In a pocket full of Adderall, I'm just here to have a ball. After all, I got the sauce that y'all lack. I got the sauce like my jaws will drop when I spit it, written off the top like a balding spot. I'm scalding hot, jackass Johnny Knoxville, still the real deal. I karate chop you with the force in a major way. That just be my day-to-day. Pull up in the UFO, shoot you with the laser ray. Little bit of powder on the counter, that's a fadeaway. Cutting lines like a peaky blinder with a razor blade. Gotta make a way, I play the whole keeps. Riding dirty in the range and ducking the police. Got a cold seize while I run these dope beats. Get my record spins like it got drunk and smoked weed. Yeah, they know it's Webby with the rolling paper double wide. Wrapping up like I've been learning how to mummify. So I wonder why they still asking who the fuck am I? Here, let me summarize. I came to pass the blunt around, I fuck around, but y'all already knew that shit. And I run the whole game untamed, bringing bags to the bank. Yeah, I really do that shit. And I'm rolling with the top back, run that track with a bad little bitch with a butt that's fat. In a pocket full of Adderall, I'm just here to have a ball. After all, I got the sauce that y'all lack. It's hot, it's hot. Huh.
Yeah, I like playing music during the stream. I don't know. It just kind of like, you know, wakes people up. Hold on, let me see what else I got. I got a ton of shit, man. I like this one. This is a good one. If I pull the trigger on it. See what I want to play. Yeah.
I know the truth is that I'm on my own in this life. I gotta be ruthless, I know my opponent is right. What is it that I got left in my tank? Bet on myself with the rest of my bank. This passion and hatred, I smash it and break it, and I got my anger and effort to thank. What is it deeper that's driving me further? I couldn't sleep, I was high from the fervor. Haven't you heard? I got a nerve, I got a knack for surviving a murder. I'm coming back with a fever, you'll be believing soon. He's a goon, keep the ethos of a wolf and sheep close, but as soon as I see the moon, I'm full of greed and doom, deceiving. What does it even mean in tomb? I got a grievance, I can just leave it, boom. As soon as I leave the room, I'm on his craftsmanship again. I'm an assassin with the pen. This no accident, it's accessing, collapsing on your chin. I got an axe to pick again. You know the factions that I'm in. I've been a pod, a poet, a prophet, preacher, a pusher, mostly a martyr. Closer to God, but the closer I get to my goals, oh, it just only gets harder. I got a hole in my soul, shit, it's the size of like most of Nevada. Maybe I'm supposed to just lay down and die. Maybe I'm supposed to do nada, but live with the karma that ain't even mine, and rose from the ghost of my father. The focus that jolted you out of Georgia's time, that you leave your demons behind, thrown in the garbage, on what you gotta. This is a journey of freeing your mind. Lonely survivor, feeling the tear of the thorn. That's where the spirit is torn. This is a serious wrong. All of this wrath, now I see where it is born. This is a tool, this is the fuel. This is the world so vicious and cruel. Sick and abused, give me the match. I got the flames of the wick and the fuse. Left with a desperate resolve, burn like the will of the sun. It's been a desolate haul. feeling that feeling no pressure at all. This is the thrill of the hunt. This is my testament, dog. Now there's redemption involved. Odds are 1,000,000 to 1.
Day.
Not bad, right? It's my buddy over there, slaying. All right, here we go. We got part 4. Ready? Ancient EMF technology, baby. Boom.
Welcome to Mind Unveiled. The ancients are typically perceived as being primitive in the mainstream, as if they were cavemen or something, and everything they achieved was just a matter of manual labor. The technologies of the past were purposefully hidden, and if they do decide to cover this topic, it's always some mystery or it has to do with aliens. If one was to look into the matter, it would become evident that the ancient builders of the past
He's
possessed
talking about ancient
advanced
aliens and their
technology.
bullshit.
So most of us have heard of the theories about how the Pyramid of Giza is some type of generator, or Pumapunku and the precise precision of the angles when cutting a stone, or the Ellora Caves in India where it seems the creators possess some type of stone
It's a
cutting
Tartaria
technology.
marathon tonight for a roll
It's
up.
as if this was simple for them. Why else would they spend so much time decorating with ornate details? We don't see anything like this being constructed in the modern day, and if it was, it'd be done with cheap materials. The two main theories are that either these were constructed by aliens or advanced ancestors. The aliens belief is really just a fetish for sci-fi that's a relatively new concept to the human race. On the other hand, advanced ancestors are referenced in the lore of many ancient philosophers and myths. This is not a new idea. The concept of Atlantis, the Golden Age, and the Flood is at the root of almost every ancient myth. Now, we can find references to advanced technologies in ancient lore from around the world, but we'll get to that. I'm sure that many are willing to accept that Atlantis was the real deal, but many still have never considered that this technology may have existed in our culture much more recent than we're led to believe. Researcher Graham Hancock would date this culture to the Younger Dryas period, about 12,000 years ago. Well, what if it wasn't that long ago, more like 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, and this tech has carried on even to our modern age? None of this technology is new. The story of many modern technologies are fabricated, like photography, airplanes, electricity, or even computers. But this tech we have today is baby stuff to what the ancients were using. This is just stuff for our entertainment, for our comfort. The ancients possessed powerful EMF technology, which was used for free ether energy and had the capabilities of tapping into other dimensions. Ether was commonly accepted in science until about 100 years ago. Then, atomism took over, the attempt to explain everything in nature with immeasurable substance. It's now heresy to even mention the ether or free energy in science. You'd be ridiculed and most likely lose your position if you were taking that stance professionally. The history of electricity has been distorted and manipulated. Most of us are willing to accept that Atlantis had advanced tech, but still believe in the traditional mainstream version of history. This video is going to cover how history is being deliberately distorted, how it was rewritten by the victors, and how the most famous cities that we now inhabit belong to an advanced civilization from around as early as 300 years ago. A civilization that possessed advanced EMF technologies. We will go over the BS story of electricity, atomism and anti-science, and advanced technologies of the past. Distorted history. We start off with Atlantis. That seems to be a good starting point for most people. There are many people who are totally fine with exploring this concept. Even mainstream media promotes it. It could be like the ancient aliens theory in which Atlantis was really an alien city. Others think of Atlantis like Graham Hancock presents it. The thing about that is, I know that Graham Hancock is not exactly mainstream, but I'm seeing millions of people look into his type of work and are completely fascinated and are willing to accept it as a possible reality. But the thing is, these ideas that Atlantis was 20,000 years ago or whatever, it still follows suit with the idea of mainstream history and it being completely valid. that these structures are a result of tens and thousands of years of erosion, as if any human on Earth has lived long enough to validate that point. It basically still assumes that the story of Samaria, Egypt, Greece, and Rome still happened as the mainstream suggests, just that they were developed long after Atlantis. I actually think it's great that he's talking about these things because we're slowly starting to picture the ancients in a different way. The idea that recent history has been manipulated is not really an idea entertained by the mainstream. I mean, it's recently been gaining traction, but it's still not largely known about or understood. Many people know about Atlantis, yet not many have looked into the idea of Tartaria, alternative US history, etheric technologies of the past 300 years, or the idea that there are controllers at play. History is written by the winners. Now, there's no way for me to fully explain everything
Right there, that was a siren. Hold on. Did you guys see that? Hold on, where was that? Oh, no, we're gonna lose it. Right there, that's a siren. I seen one before. I seen one. We did a whole show on them. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. There's a siren. It's a siren. Did I delete it? I deleted it. Yeah, I think I deleted sirens. We got 16 people here? Wow. What are you guys still doing here? Wow. Sirens. It's gone. Take a walk with Keck.
In some cases, they refer to each other very high-ranking people in this world. They threaten and scare people into remaining silent about their UFO encounters and origins.
Jeffrey Epstein was CIA, yeah, they killed Bob Marley. They killed Freddie Hampton, Ahmaud Arbery. Styrofoam head inside a closed casket, gold coins where his eyes were left behind for the bowmaster. Nobody saw his tuxedo, a picture next to his coffin like a young tuxedo. Like the sheep we compensate with expensive tastes. Celebrates at the end of days with extended blades. Hit with street sweepers, die swept away. Flying metal blades, definitely settled things. They hit Louis Duzio, they don't give a shit who he know. Bang, ran up in his crib and let the Uzi go. Yo, under my culture with yours, bing bang, ring your doorbell, shoot you through the door. Royalty and respect, loyalty and death. We took an oath amongst men till our dying breath. Making twerk 16 bars, hot chorus. Running your grip and pop smoke, clockwork orange. You know them haters though, pull out, make them Dracos blow. Make the place where your face was into a gaping whoa. When the lights go dim, fire start to flicker. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. When the lights go dim, fire start to flicker. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor.
All right, let's get back to the sharing. I don't know. Time is short. Time is very short. We'll give the chat a shout out. So who do we got here at this hour? We have Forever Love, GT 1982. That was me. That was me. That was me. Forever Love. Daryl Dessa, Fathead was here. Brian McMahon. Fathead's Adventures in Homesteading. Anybody else here? Oh, I don't know. If I don't see you, I'm sorry. It might not be me or your fault. So this is the new two new channels. Look, this channel right here is Michelle's channel. Please be respectful. Please. This right here is Late Night Live. This is Singe Man's channel. He used to be called Guitar Mike. This channel used to be called Guitar Mike, and he changed it to Late Night Live. So now we have a Late Night Live channel. Make sure you sub to both channels. This one right here. Okay. And this one right here. Because this is where we're going to be operating from for the next week. Until Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures comes back. It is very cool, Forever Love. Very cool. Alright. So, anyways, let's get back to what we were doing. As I drink out of my Sailing Fan cup. I love my Sailing Fan Man cup. Best thing in the world. I got a Sailing Fan Man cup and I got a Sailing Fan Man computer. Bet you guys don't have a Salem Fan Man computer. Actually, I got a Genie computer. All right, here we go. Sirens. All right, that's a siren.
Rollers at play. History is written by the winners. Now, there's no way for me to fully explain everything precisely in one video, so this is more like a cliff notes, so that we can expand this topic to be understood by a larger audience. To put it briefly and short, in the US, there was existing an advanced civilization of humans who were constructing an advanced architecture and etheric EMF technologies. They use atmospheric static electric collecting devices all over the buildings. We're talking about a civilization that existed globally around 300 years ago. Then all of a sudden, the new church took over, the anti-church of science and reason, the same reason that led to property, banks, ego, and self-destruction. The modern story of history is a movement of civilization from east to west. I'll try to have some annotations that you can click on that'll bring you to some videos on our channel with more explanation, but basically, this is the fraud of history. It doesn't explain why there are global similarities in culture from around the world. We all developed similar concepts for language, lore, shamanism, agriculture, architecture, art, and dancing. The isolation theory is the widely accepted view, meaning none of these ancient cultures had any communication with each other. But obviously the idea of a global ancient civilization has reemerged recently thanks to people like Graham Hancock, Brian Forster, and many others. So the idea of Atlantis completely blows isolation theory and mainstream history away. This is still nonsense to the modern scientific standard that schools and universities teach. To accept or even explore these ideas destroys everything modern academia teaches. History books would have to be rewritten, our whole understanding of reality would be a lie, and that's just too much for most of us right now. Many of us can accept that Atlantis existed. It was destroyed by a major flood, a reset, and according to Graham Hancock, 12,000 years ago, roughly, after the fall of Atlantis, what happens? There was a global cataclysm, a flood consuming most of the world. Then, there were the survivors who kept the knowledge of the Golden Age sciences and principles of civilization. These people knew that the cataclysm would come, possibly using the knowledge of the stars or divination, and they were saved like the story of Noah. A group of survivors landed in Ireland and northern Spain. I recommend looking into the Irish origins of civilization by Michael Tartaria for people who may be new to this topic. This explains the ancient Irish Celtic etymological roots of all languages, the suppression of Irish history, and the demonization of red hair. I covered this in the first video we ever posted, but if you look up the Gaelic definition of Tartar, the older the book the better, you can find a reference to an Irish soldier who was out in battle in the Far East. Mainstream history says that the Celtic people came from the east, from Mongolia, and settled into Ireland. And we get this from the Romans. They try to describe these Celtic people as savages. I suspect that this is all a part of the twisted history given to us by the manipulators of history. This is a lie told in order to hide where the Greeks and Romans got their sciences from. The Greeks and Romans were made up by the controllers. It's not hard to find out. Josephus tells you what happened. Basically, Josephus, one of our most famous historians, was a traitor. He was a traitor that helped these parasites take over. He was rewarded with riches and high status. The Roman Wars is really the takeover of the Old Society, or Old Irish Church of Iessa. Roman history and Greek history is a fraudulent excuse to explain the ancient history of when all these ancient architectures were developed. They couldn't let people know that these cities were really developed by another civilization. So the only justification is to make up a fraudulent history by literally adding thousands of years to the timeline so that Rome would be seen as more glorious of an empire. And who would get the credit? It was actually takeover of Rome allowed for all the scripture to be forged and for the Bible to literally be stolen by the people who developed it. For Greek, you can see that the ancient writers wrote of ancient civilizations and wrote on the Hyperboreans. Then Origin against Celsus comes out, and Origin trashes all the old writings of the ancient Greeks, and basically says that the antiquity of the Jews is of more importance. We don't even have the writings of Celsus, because it was destroyed. All books of the ancient world, those that were not published by the new church, were destroyed. Just imagine how much knowledge was lost in the legendary burning of the Library of Alexandria. When I say Greek and Rome, I'm talking about the history that we are fed. The story that we know of the Romans being these amazing builders and the Greeks being the foundation for rational thinking and science is but a front. These cities are of a much more recent time. We can agree that their societies are post-Atlantean, correct? What we shall soon see is that these really are the cities of the advanced global culture, and we're talking after Atlantis. Shout out to Martin. He has a video on the Congo where he shows that there is this advanced civilization of white people living in Africa, and it looks much different than what we're taught to believe. There were many cities and lakes that are currently not there, and many castles like that of fairy tales. There was another global civilization after Atlantis. How else do you explain the common architecture around the world? Also, if what mainstream history says is true, then why do many languages have their roots in Gaelic and ancient Irish? It's because after Atlantis, the knowledge of civilization was spread out to the east, a movement from west to east. They even crossed into America, developing cities on both coasts. The law was created from a global church, the Church of Iesa. Quote, in their great missionary pilgrimage, they circled the globe in order to give religion and knowledge of God to the different races of mankind. They also established priesthoods and gave alphabets to those who were unenlightened in such matters up to that time. Ireland is the country in which the arts and sciences were first discovered and developed. To this country, the Greeks applied the term ogia, a term which was never given but to the very ancient, and it is from the Irish, Aryans, that the Greeks traced their descent, Donnelly's Atlantis. From Conor McDarry, quote, there is no mistaking the monuments left by the Irish, who were once the rulers and masters of the whole earth. Their rule embraced all countries, it was worldwide. Ireland was the first mistress of the seas. It was the first and only worldwide empire which was ever known, for it was spiritual. It was greater in extent than Persian, Greek, Roman, or Mughal ever attained to. The remains of their works, wherever they found, bear an unmistakable similarity in shape and character. They are huge, immense, and conceived and carried out on a plan so extensive that it awes the mind of man today. These remains extend from Ireland along the Atlantic coast of Europe to Africa, along the Mediterranean Sea to Egypt, India, China, Java, Tahiti, and the Caroline Islands in the South Pacific Ocean. On the American continent, we find the Round Tower near Newport, RI, which bespeaks its Irish origin, and the great pyramidal mounds of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. Also, the ruined temples of the Yucatan and Mexico, and similar remains in South America are all evidence of their handiwork. All owe their origin to the same source, and they established beyond any doubt that the Irish were the first real discoverers of America and that they established civilization on this western continent. It was tradition founded on the fact which gave hope and encouragement to later adventurers. The very name of God among the Indians of our country was an Irish name derived from those missionaries and explorers centuries before Christopher Columbus or Eric the Red were born. One of the Irish names of God is Man, and Manitha is the Irish word for holy. The Indian name for God was Monatau, the Holy One. The Indians also had another name for God, and this again was Irish. It was Manabasha, the sun god. It is a compound word with the root word man, holy, and basha of the cows, the bull, virtually the same as Baal, the Irish sun god. So the name signifies the holy life giver, or holy creator. Anyone who knows the Celtic tongue will recognize this fact at once, and so will all competent students of philology. Most people are not aware of this because it is suppressed history, or people think this is some type of nationalism. I'm not even Irish, this has nothing to do with that. There are many legends from cultures all around the world talking about white red-haired giants who possess advanced technology.
White red-haired giants that possess advanced technology. The most effective way to destroy the people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. George Orwell.
The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. George Orwell. For instance, red-haired, bearded, feathered god Quetzalcoatl, a carving in the Olmec capital referred to as Uncle Sam with a large nose and beard, appearing largely Semitic, who was said to have arrived from an island home across the sea that disappeared after a great flood. I have a video on the Irish connections to the Phoenicians, but they're not the same thing. The Phoenicians are like the dark cult that came from the Celtic Druids that then developed into the worship of Baal or Saturn, presumably the one who was causing all these cataclysms to happen. Basically, these cataclysms started happening because the gods became angry. Wisdom had been brought down to the earth, and unity was achieved on the material realm. This is the story according to the Gnostic Gospels. There was a split between the Old Church, the Church of Iesa, and the New Church, the worship of Baal or materialism. And also, I want to make a distinction between the old sun and the new sun, Saturn. The old church was a utopia based on the old golden age of Atlantis. It was based on natural law and for the pursuit of wisdom. The Church of Iesa still praised the sun, but it was an analogy for the beauty of the invisible God. The new Church of Baal developed into the Roman Empire. The confusion is we date the Phoenicians to about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago in mainstream history. The Phoenicians are just a cover name for a specific branch of ancient Jews which aren't that ancient at all. They are from a recent time, possibly 500 years ago. This new church in secret worships a demon god, the mad god of the Bible, Jehovah, or Saturn, Baal. But as they grew to power, they took over the media, the press, and began promoting the exoteric understanding of the Bible for the masses, as well as the fraudulent atheist viewpoint of the world that completely denied God called science. The fraudulent Church of Rome, controlled by they wanted to worship the god causing the catastrophe in order to subdue the effects. This is the story over the Battle of Jerusalem. The old Jews were replaced by the new Jews. I'm going to stop right there for a second and slow down, because if you're new to this, you might be like, oh, what is he talking about? Especially the people who cringe at the idea of shadow controllers or the Illuminati. Why would the Phoenicians or whatever want to take over the world by stealing this church? Because this old church was the spiritual power of the old world. They traveled across the globe, civilizing the entire world, as I referenced in Donnelly's Atlantis. If you buy the story of Atlantis, then Donnelly's Atlantis was one of the first major books on Atlantis. Whoever dominates the church rules the world. Literally. So when I say Phoenician, I have a different definition than the mainstream, and it's not a simple sentence, so bear with me. The Phoenicians is a cover name for the advanced maritime culture of the ancient past. It was created by this new Church of Rome to hide the history of how the ancient Church of Iessa became what we now call the Jews. It's a little bit of both histories, that's why it's so confusing. The Phoenicians were the first to develop language, but this is really the story of the ancient Irish. The worship of Baal and materialism doesn't come until a later time. The Phoenician history begins with the Irish, and then a parasitic thinking took place, and they began to worship Baal. I'm saying that the Phoenicians developed around 500 years ago, while there were many other cities and civilizations developed by the Irish that then developed into their own cultures. For the Phoenicians, it's the Irish developing into the Jews. Let's move Atlantis closer. There's an ancient manuscript known as Oretta Linda that speaks of these times. The reason we don't hear about this manuscript is because it's said to be a fraud. The only real reason mainstream academics believe this is because they simply can't accept the dating. Oretta Linda dates Atlantis to be 2,000 to 4,000 years ago, which would move many cultures to a far more recent time. Regardless of the dating, this is still interesting to find that Atlantis is referenced as Atlant, completely separate from Plato. We also have to keep in mind the fandom time hypothesis, or Fomenko's work. If that's the case, then Atlantis may have been as recent as 1,000 to 2,000 years ago. Okay, so back to how the Irish became the Phoenician, Venetian, Roman Church. Okay, so why this takeover? Or what's the motive of the Illuminati, right? Why take over this church if they enlightened the ancient world after the fall of Atlantis? From Connor McDarry, quote, "The fact of his holding such autocratic power led to the assumption of attributes of divinity in order to hold the people in awe of him. The qualities of divinity we have seen attributed to the rulers in our day. In Russia, China, Japan, and not so long ago in England, the belief was held that any disease which would not yield to the treatment of a physician could be cured by a mere touch of the king's hand or even his garment. The head of the Irish State Church held the supreme pontifical power in Europe until challenged first by Persia, then by Greece, and later by Rome, who, when a favorable time arrived for her to assert her independence, set up jointly a church and state for herself. For let it be known, Rome was at one time a colony of Ireland. The name Rome is a compound of two Irish words, ro, meaning before, and om, meaning body, earth, or grave. But in its mythic meaning, it is made to signify before heaven, ro, and earth, orn, the two together meaning heaven and earth, hence the eternal city Rome. The river of Rome, the Tiber, also bears an Irish name. It derives its name from Tuber, the Irish word for a well or spring of water. Hence, the Tiber is the spring water river, as the poet Longfellow truly says, "Their names are on your waters, and ye may not wash them out." The fact is that Ireland was the first power that colonized along both sides of the Mediterranean Sea, and therefore the colonies came from the west instead of the east, as our astute Roman and British historians would have us believe. And the world has believed it up to now, but the deception, when once exposed, is too clear for anyone to be deceived by it. Investigators have followed this false clue sent out from this source and found nothing in the east to support this claim that the Aryans emigrated from the east and colonized towards the west. The real and true evidence points just in the opposite direction. The American Encyclopedia Art Ethnology, quoted in Donnelly's Atlantis, says Bonfrey L. Geiger and other students of the ancient Indo-European languages have recently advanced the opinion that the original home of the Indo-European races must be sought in Europe, because their stock of words is rich in the names of plants and animals and contains names of seasons that are not found in tropical countries or anywhere else in Asia. Mueller says the nations who are comprehended under the common appellation of Indo-European, the Hindus, the Persians, the Celts, Germans, Romans, Greeks, and Slavs, do not only share the same words and the same grammar, slightly modified in each country, they seem to have likewise preserved a mass of popular traditions which had grown up before they left their common home. Donnelly's Atlantis. In the book from 1842, Etruria Celtica, Etruscan literature and antiquities investigated, or the language of the ancient and illustrious people compared and identified with the Iberno-Celtic and both shown to be Phoenician, the author makes many etymological connections with the ancient Irish language and covers symbols in Etruscan coins that are common Irish emblems. Quote, I have examined and endeavored to place the language in a true light by demonstrating its analogies and removing the erroneous notion of its affinity with Welsh, Cornish, and Basque Breton. An accident induced its comparison with Etruscan, which indeed answered Jogson's anticipations and expectations by opening great discoveries in Irish antiquity, and clearing up the obscurity which hid the origin of the early peopling, not only of Ireland and the British Islands, but of all Celtic Europe, and deducing their origin from the great civilized, commercial, navigating people of the world, who before the birth of Greek or Roman greatness traversed the seas and enjoyed the uncontrolled empire of the deep. This isn't something that I just came up with, and if you bear with me, this will tie many different pieces of the puzzle together. In order to understand this alternative history, a base must be established. There's so much more that I could say on this subject, but the question that I hear a lot is, why would the powers that be want to control the world? One can't even begin to understand this because we're fed a false history from two main empires, Rome and Britain. Okay, so the Phoenicians are basically a small group that began with the Church of Iessa and the Black Sea. It's developed into multiple sects, one being the Gnostics, and one of the others were parasites like the Church of Baal. The Church of Baal developed into the Jews, which really is at a much more recent time. So it was that took over Rome. Okay, so how is this relevant to ancient tech? So the story of electricity comes from these people who took over Rome. These people purposefully hid technologies of recent times, and we've been fed stories of accidental scientific discoveries when we only had the knowledge of electricity for the past 200 years. The ancients were quite aware of magnets as they form naturally. It would be quite possible to create a powerful current if they possessed powerful batteries, which they did. Copper was widely used by these ancient cultures, so what's so baffling about recent cultures possessing some type of advanced EMF technology? The pyramids are generating a torsion field that is accessing multiple planes of existence, which in turn creates energy. This energy can transform consciousness to access other realities, but can also be harnessed into physical objects. Aether technologies. Aether technologies of the past did exist, and it ran on the energy that was around all of us. It didn't need to be paid for, and it wasn't the property of any company. Now remember, there were still cultures that followed the natural law, and these were the remnants of the Church of Iessa, which had cities and strongholds all around the world, including the Americas. This is what we're referencing as Tartaria, the leftover Church of Iessa, the original builders of all these magnificent spiritual architectures. But we also have the Jews, who came over to America because this Phoenician cult happened near the Black Sea, and according to the Book of Mormon, these Jews were trying to escape the war going on. So they fled, following some strange ancient tech called the Liahona, following their way to America. Meaning these people were not of the Church of Iessa, but of a later time when many cults were developing. Were they good or bad? That's another story, but they ended up landing in Haiti and South America, helping develop the Aztec and Mayan civilizations. The Book of Mormon also talks about how this tribe of Jews who came to America met another people who were advanced and already accustomed to their language and ways. This is referencing the civilizations already in existence in America. This is around 500 years ago. These Jews were not sent over by the new Church of Rome, but were mostly people who tried to escape the confusion that was going on in all the war. The story of Christopher Columbus is the story of how the Church of Rome through Spain rediscovered the Americas. While all these wars are happening, cults and different sects are being formed. There is constant cataclysm going on, and a constant strive for power from multiple different parties. So much knowledge was lost, and the knowledge of terra firma became just a myth and legend. I'm referring to this new Church of Rome as really just a corporation of the Phoenician Baal cult, purple royal family. They forged most of our history. And the real Romans were one of these advanced cultures of the Church of Iessa before the cataclysm and parasitic takeover. Now, in order to take control, many devices were developed in order to dominate and control, and they tell us specifically what those devices are. The symbols in almost all the publications from Britain and Rome have strange emblems and symbols that reference domination and power. The fasces is an electromagnetic weapon used by the royals to take over. Just think about it, a bundle of rods would make an axe unusable. Quote, "It was Etruscan before Roman, so it has a long history. When Rome began to transition to authoritarianism, the fasces became a symbol of that. But it was long held to be a symbol of the power of Rome and the will of the people. The fasces were a series of bound rods with an axe head within them, and were carried by lictors, or the bodyguards of ancient Rome. Wherever an important elected leader went, lictors followed. By this, the rod of the lictors, the fasces, became a symbol of power in government and law." So they are trying to play it as if they were really using these weapons for protection or for a certain type of status. Fasces are electromagnetic guns.
Now, this same magnetic field is much more potent if it operates on an aluminium sheet instead of on the mercury. The reason for this is that aluminium is about 40 times more conducting than mercury. Of course, I could make it more potent still if I could put some steel behind the aluminium to improve the magnetic circuit. But instead of this, I'm going to change the shape of the motor. Can you imagine that the two sides were bent up? Having imagined that to be done, let's make a machine that looks like that. We should find that the windings are very simple, being only a row of coils like this. The moving part is a steel rod with a copper sleeve around it. We put it in the end of the tube and fire. Well, that wasn't a bad shot, was it? This electromagnetic gun seems to have taken us right back to the start with our rifle. It looks as if we can make an electromagnetic model of nearly anything. We've certainly managed to reproduce the gun.
Quote, "The fasces has been all over American symbology from the very beginning. You'll find it in dozens, if not hundreds of places around America, mostly in government institutions. The House of Representatives used the fasces to represent its master-at-arms from 1789 onward. Its use is quite common in reference to law, and was commonly seen alongside things like scales and statues of the blind justice. It looks like a pile of twigs attached to an axe could be one of the deadliest weapons known to mankind. The elite know what the symbol means, and so we know who is in power. To fully cover how the fasces worked, we have to talk about atmospheric conditions of the past, the aether, and magnetic flips. The magnetic ether was more powerful in the past, and it fluctuates leading to cataclysmic events, and it can even be isolated. The rapture already happened. When energy in these fields build up, they flip and reset, causing all sorts of phenomena like anti-gravity. Devices were developed to access this built-up energy in the atmosphere, and these are referred to as aether devices. They are free energy devices designed to collect the built-up energy in the aether. Magic was also more possible, as our thoughts permeate the aether. Our thoughts are now just subtle vibrations only visible to the clairvoyant, or even those with close relations have the common occurrence of thinking the same thought at the same time. The common phrase, jinx. The Phoenicians of the new church didn't fully take over till about 100 years ago, so there was a period of time where many cities were still not owned by them. The cities that remain, like I said, are the remnants of the Church of Iessa, like Tartaria, and they were using advanced technologies. These cities include LA, San Francisco, New York, St. Petersburg, Paris, London, and many others. They had an aether lighting system, an aircraft system using blimps and other flying vehicles. They possessed free energy that was given wirelessly through different building generators. That is what our churches are. They generate power and energy similar to the pyramids using torsion fields, through symmetry and acoustics, and through the use of a transmitter. The transmission can be sent for everyday application like lighting and heating, which then powered steam. We only learn of the history of the Phoenician cult of Baal, so rediscover the sciences filled with fraudulent characters and a complete distorted lie of a timeline. Many of the accidental discovery stories of electricity are not accidental. It's just a story made up to explain a found or stolen technology. It sounds crazy, but there are references and myths from around the world talking about this aether technology. And Tico Tico more. Irish. In ancient Irish literature, Cuchulainn possessed a divine magical spear with supernatural powers. But Cuchulainn was not the only one who possessed an extraordinary spear. The god Lu had a similar weapon, which was called the Invincible Spear, or the Spear of Victory, and it had properties similar to the magical sword of Nuada, Sword of Light. When thrown, it momentarily hit its target. This weapon was one of the lost four treasures of the Tuatha De Danann. In Greek, the Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek analog computer. It was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses. Zeus's lightning bolt, aka Thunderbolt, aka Master Bolt, is the signature weapon and symbol of the power for the Olympian god of thunder, Zeus. It is said to be the most powerful and feared weapon on the earth and in the heavens. Agita, regarded as the weapon that Hercules used to kill the eagle Aquila that perpetually gnawed Prometheus' liver. The Greeks invented a novelty device called the Aeolipile. This was a small brass ball with two nozzles which was suspended on a stand and filled with water. Lighting a fire under the ball caused the water to boil and steam to shoot out the nozzles, spinning the ball. It was a miniature steam engine. Vedic. In the Vedas, electricity is mentioned by the name Indra. The word Vidyuta also is used. We also find mention in Agastya regarding the mention of generation of electricity and constructing electrical batteries. The relevant reference can be quoted as under, quote, place a well-cleaned copper plate in an earthenware vessel. Cover it first by copper sulfate and then by moist sawdust. After that, put a mercury amalgamated zinc sheet on top of the sawdust to avoid polarization. The contact will produce an energy known by the twin name of Mitra Varuna. Water will be split by this current into Pranana Vayu or Udana Vayu, a chain of which 100 jars is said to give a very effective force. We also have mention of the Vimanas, or ancient flying aircrafts of the past. Nordic, Gugnir, Old Norse Gugnir swaying, pronounced Gugnir, is the name of the mighty spear that belongs to the old god Odin. Maybe by swaying they mean it was emitting vibrational waves that sway or rhythmically move back and forth. In the recorded Norse myths, Gugnir is the weapon most consistently and powerfully associated with Odin. Odin and Zeus are similar but not the same. Odin is the father of thunder, or Thor. He is the god of wisdom, poetry, death, divination, and magic, the king of Asgard, or Aether. Oriental. Aztec, Zayacuatl, a lightning-like weapon born of Huitzilopochtli. Kunkankin, a chakram of great power wielded in Taoist mythology by Nezha, a mythological figure often depicted as a young handsome boy wearing clothes similar to a lotus. He has two wheels with flames attached to his feet and golden ankle rings. The fasces was not an axe but an advanced technology of the gods. Wikipedia even says that the fasces was first developed by the Etruscans. Well, they're literally just the early Irish. In this depiction, we can see a Phoenician Statue of Liberty with a floating device in her hand. This is another electromagnetic item used by the controllers. In Vedic literature, it's called a Vajra, a weapon of Indra, or the god of thunder and symbol for electricity. You can also see the caduceus, which is a symbol for the god and man. Those with this symbol are the god rays that have been electrified by the Kundalini energies, the physical and metaphysical being, the aether being. It's obvious that electromagnetic aether devices and electronic weapons are mentioned in a variety of different lore, and many who are new to this subject are willing to accept that this was possible in Atlantis. But why isn't it possible that a recent civilization had this technology? 250 years ago, great cities of America were not under rule by these new rulers. We didn't start expanding out west until the 19th century, because there was a great civilization living in the west of America. You'll see the same pattern with old buildings not having construction photos. And if you do, it's usually very staged, or it even could be faked. Did you know that one of the earliest photoshopped images is from the 1850s? Yes, meaning literally, this is a composite of over 30 photographs. I wonder why we don't ever hear about this. Think about how much that can be faked with this. They had the ability to composite multiple different footages together in the 1900s. Let's look at some right footage. People still literally think this is real. Okay, so let's take a look at this, the official flight. So what they're going to do is they're going to pull out the plane from the hangar. And I do think that this can get some movement on the ground, but I refuse to believe that they actually got this to lift off and land, because if they did, they would do it in one consistent footage. But you're going to see there's some definite trickery going on. So they push it out. and they get it ready for takeoff, okay? And then there's this crowd, and this is where the pretty clever compositing takes place, okay? So here it is taken off, supposedly, right? Bam, a clip changes, okay? So there's the first change. It's not showing you a consistent takeoff. Now, what they did is there's two footages going on, okay? So you have to understand there's a backplate, which means they shot this footage right here with this group of people without anything in the sky or this plane, right, supposedly taking off. They took the footage with nothing here, and then later in a studio or whatever, they have a model that's very similar to this larger model of a plane, and they basically have it where there's this white background behind the toy model, like typical Hollywood trickery, to composite over this illusion that this plane's actually taking off. But what you'll notice as we go further, as the plane's flying around, as it comes around, you'll notice that these people aren't even paying attention to it. So they start walking away. Now this clip right now is a backplate, meaning they shot this at a different time. These people are not even paying attention to one of the first flights of an airplane. They're not even paying attention. So watch, it's actually going to come around, and this guy has his head down. Basically, you can tell that just based on head orientation, they're not even looking at this thing. And actually, if I go back to right here, you can tell based on perspective that this is not actually accurate. Look at the speed of these propellers. So why can't we just look at it? Why is it being weird? What's with this camera movement? So there you go. They're not even paying attention to it. The perspective is off. They won't show the landing. And yeah, this is just Hollywood. So it might not be 100% noticeable in this one, but there's actually even more noticeable footage. Okay, so we're going to look at some footage that's a little bit less known, but it's so obvious how fake it is. So they're doing the same thing. They're pulling out the airplane, and they're pulling it out on horses. They get the propellers going. But here's the thing. It's the same theme where you're not going to see a consistent footage from takeoff to landing. You won't. But what you will see is some fakery. So here we go. So let's go to... Here's the engine that they're using or whatever. So here's the takeoff, but you won't see it because of the horrible footage. So they're going to switch to this part when it's ducking. This is not a real person. You can actually tell it's not. So when you look at it, what this is early compositing. This is a toy model with literally dolls on it, and they are ducking it up and down on a white canvas, or it could be a variety of different mediums. But then they basically have two footages, and then they are compositing it together. They had this art form basically mastered in the 1850s. So what makes it so impossible that they could do this with footage? Well, they did. That's what Hollywood literally is. I mean, it's just so obvious. Old pictures of cities with amazing buildings and architecture, but people are on horseback, or the roads are made of dirt. That doesn't make sense. I'm not going to go into it here, but the way they say airplanes work is complete BS. The engines are high technology from the past. BS stories. Electricity and photography are thought to be recent discoveries, but if you look into the history of photography, it happened by accident, and the same goes for electricity. Most of these discoveries have some strange story that really doesn't make all that much sense. Okay, so let's go over the BS story of electricity. In the 1700s, Hawksby is credited with discovering that he could build up a visual electric charge inside a rotating vacuum-sealed glass sphere filled with mercury. He was an apprentice to Isaac Newton and wasn't even the first one to come up with this idea. There's this older scientist named Otto von Guericke who's credited for developing the first vacuum and experimenting with electrostatic phenomena. Notice all the symbolism and how this is just another scientist out of Italy. These are either lies or the story of how those that relearned the sciences, and many inventions had their history completely fabricated, assisted by a fake scientist created for the benefit of Britain and Rome. Our modern perception of electricity comes from the famous Benjamin Franklin, where supposedly he discovered that lightning was electricity. Some people think he discovered electricity, and that's not true. None of these people did. The ancients were well aware of it. They just perceived it in a different way. Now, Leyden jars are said to be the first basic battery, the first means of accumulating and preserving electric charge in large quantities that could be discharged at the experimenter's will. We went over how the ancients were well aware of electricity and charges. Many know about the Baghdad battery and the Egyptian light bulb, but the name electricity itself comes from the Greeks, who were well aware of action at a distance, or static electricity. If you guys watched that new video on the Conspiracy RS channel, he showed some diagrams of old buildings from the lightning rod conference in 1882. It goes to show that they definitely have thought about this. A device on top of the houses that would collect free energy from the atmosphere. Then, the energy is stored in a large Leyden jar. This means that they had multiple devices in the common home that could function off of electricity. The mainstream will admit that the ancients had knowledge of static electricity all the way back to the earliest civilizations, but it remained merely an interesting and mystifying phenomenon without a theory to explain its behavior, and often confused with magnetism. They did have a theory, it's just called aether, that just doesn't work with their model because it's a non-physical substance. And the only thing that can exist in this universe is observable, established data. But that couldn't be further from the truth. So the ancients knew about static electricity for thousands of years, had many different legends and lore talking about the great magical weapons of electricity. And they just never thought of a good theory, huh? They just didn't think of a practical use. Well, I guess that's it. No, the Greeks and Romans knew about steam generators, and they knew about the practical uses of electricity. So they just have a toy steam engine on their desk while they're building some of the most complex structures of the ancient world? I mean, it's pretty ridiculous. But what's even more ridiculous is the idea that you go from settling in horses and wagon in America, and then within 20 years you're building massive dome churches. It doesn't make any sense. You guys should check out that new video on John Levi's channel called Awakening 2020. He covers how many of the buildings of the Philadelphia Electric Company are being pushed as if they created them in the 1920s. These magnificent structures were then repurposed as power stations, possibly attempting to use the technology already inside of these structures. Did you know that the Invention Secrecy Act of 1951 is a body of United States federal law designed to prevent disclosure of new inventions and technologies that, in the opinion of selected federal agencies, present a possible threat to national security of the United States? There are old pictures of strange power lines without cables, old photos of buildings with antennae on top of the roof. The andirons in front of many old fireplaces may have been some type of etheric heating device for warming the interiors of large rooms, or it may be much more advanced than ever imagined. Some of these fireplaces could be etheric demoleculizers that could transfer matter into the etheric realm and back like a gateway. If the largest library in the ancient world could be burned to the ground, then that explains the amount of manipulation that's really occurred. Everything has been placed into the property of the parasites, and anything that hints towards ancient history or ancient advanced technology has been systematically removed and replaced with forgeries. That's all we're fed from the start of the Greeks are Jewish forgeries from the start of Origen against Celsus.
Good night, Super Side Wonder. This is some good stuff, though, about the Aether.
Where
And
Celsus,
you know,
like
how
other ancient
everybody's
Greek
been
philosophers,
fighting over it.
all wrote about ancient ancestors of the Hyperboreans and how advanced these people were. In more recent times, the civilizations that built the great cities of America were an advanced race of people who were larger in stature and had mastered the art of electricity. On the video of ancient bald white giants, there are native legends that specifically refer to this. They built the railroads and developed into a steampunk-like realm filled with amazing gadgets and flying machines. These people were breatharian, absorbing the ether for sustenance, and did not require bathrooms for the architecture. Some type of EMF outburst destroyed the civilization. Whether it was the technology they were using that ended up building up and causing a magnetic flip, or if it was natural, the gravity was then reversed, taking all the people and the machines, even the water, and then resetting again, leaving no trace of people, and when the water drops, it causes mud flood. Or it could have been by intention, using one of the devices of the gods, like the fasces. You don't think the ancients thought of weather manipulation? Maybe in the steampunk world, it was very cloudy and smoggy, electrosmog, and they would create artificial clouds of sulfur that would then build up a static electric charge. In the Conspiracy RS video, there is this old depiction of fireworks, and there's something very strange about it. There are all sorts of electric disturbances in the atmosphere. What if this was by design, because it was how the technology functioned? The lightning rods on top of the houses or these different power stations would absorb these electrical charges in the atmosphere and then store it for later use. Now, I think originally everything was aether-based technology, But in more recent ages, especially Tartarian cities taken over by the Phoenicians, they needed to rediscover how these technologies worked. So the filthy ages of New York and London are a time where they were repopulating these abandoned cities, and people were eating animals and producing massive amounts of waste. And this led to all sorts of problems because the cities weren't really designed for all this waste. So they burned the poop and added other chemicals to create these fake clouds that I'm talking about, these static electric clouds. The reason why this has been covered up is because this technology worked on free energy, and all the people had access to devices with infinite free power. Remember, the Phoenicians were a giant corporation. They needed to make a buck of electricity, which should be free. So after they tried to use the Tartarian technology to create a new society. There was again more cataclysms of mud flood, and so they decided to not use the atmospheric devices. So they reset history and bring in thousands of orphans. And that's exactly what happened with Nikola Tesla. And we hear the story of how our modern population rediscovered how to implement electricity on a city scale. The scientists Galvani, Volta, Davy, Faraday, Maxwell are other orphanage scientists that went to these mainstream colleges in the Empire of Britain or Rome, and these people were again trying to rediscover these lost secrets after all these cataclysms. It's either orphans promoted by the state or church, fraudulent or made up people with few images, or these writings are of another civilization, literally, and they just translated it and assigned a name and a fake person.
Good night, Travis.
You know, and there's something very weird about the transatlantic cable story. Also
Thanks
note
for
that it
showing
looks
up.
very
Hit the
similar
thumbs
to the
up
fact
on your way
sheets.
out,
Maybe
please.
this is some old tech and the engravings are just something done more recently. Mainstream science claims that the voltaic pile was the first electrical battery that could continuously provide an electric current to a circuit. It is the first battery that could provide a direct current for this new church civilization. The University of Padua is full of fraud, and many of the scientists in this electricity history are a part of this college, especially during the supposed 18th century. What's so sketchy about them? Well, it all starts with Aristotle. Watch Tartaria Part 3. I talk about how Aristotle in Venice and how this whole philosophy took over. So these scientists out of these universities are Freemasons, basically, or they have an agenda. Mostly that these technologies were found and stolen, and individuals were tasked with re-engineering this technology, such as Volta, or just completely made up from the beginning. The only science that we see is that published by the new anti-church of Venice, Rome, Phoenicia. We get completely made up stories like the Gilded Age deception, that these millionaires just wanted to start building European-style mansions in the US. Now, it wasn't until Albert Einstein that we had the ether removed from the scientific sphere. Before, such as in Maxwell's equations, the ether was suggested as the source for the phenomena, the luminiferous ether. The reason they say that ether doesn't exist, and they know this without a doubt, is because of the Michelson-Morley experiment. It proved that the ether didn't exist. It did no such thing. They just can't find a way to record it, and so, according to the atomist, they can't observe it. It's not real. If I can't put it into some type of measurement, then it doesn't exist. So dreams don't exist? What about love, or ambition, or imagination? These things can't be recorded, but they're real. Does that mean they don't exist? Of course not. So how did this experiment prove anything? It didn't. It literally didn't. What we have today is modern science thinks gravity is somehow a function of particles in quantum mechanics. Modern physics says gravitons cause gravity, and that light is a particle or has some type of emission. It doesn't. Light is just a disturbance of the ether, just like matter is, but to a much higher degree. Atoms are just empty space, so how does matter have solidity? Quantum physics can't figure out why electrons switch between a particle or a wave based on the observer. Most of these concepts aren't even understood by the people who came up with them. The whole intention from the beginning is just to promote this Aristotle agenda. Even Nikola Tesla said that Albert Einstein was an idiot. And yeah, till this day, modern physics still lacks an explanation for action at a distance, light, and magnetism. They don't explain the phenomena, they just give it a term in an equation, but that doesn't really explain anything though. Conclusion. We've covered several different topics on the channel covering these concepts, and it becomes to become clear that there is an agenda to control information and suppress truth. What if Atlantis was at a much more recent age than ever imagined? After the fall of Atlantis, survivors landed in Ireland and northern Spain, preserving the foundations of the Golden Age civilization. These ancient ways were then carried across the world to re-educate those who suffered from the Great Cataclysm. This resulted in the new global church, the Church of Iessa, establishing major cities around the world, becoming the first maritime power. Then a swap happened. This is the Phoenician takeover. So it was actually to take over Rome, and the quest for world domination begins. At this time, many cataclysms were taking place, assisting in the process of the evil Phoenician takeover. But before these cataclysms, there were many advanced civilizations all around the world, from the Far East all the way to America. These civilizations possessed advanced ether-based technologies, were of a larger stature, and possessed a different digestive system that could purely live off the ether in nature. Slowly but surely, these Phoenician parasites took over, starting in Rome, and slowly moving to Paris and London. These became the Dark Filthy Ages, and they possessed technology that would extract charge from fake clouds created from burned feces. This led to steampunk technologies in the recent past. These technologies created dirty electricity, which resulted in a buildup in the environment, creating another magnetic reset. More mud floods, another reset, ghost cities, and the repopulation of the world's major cities. The rulers had to start over in re-engineering this technology. Some technologies were just found and false histories needed to be created, such as the airplane and photography. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. There's so much more to cover, and we have a lot of cool stuff coming soon, so stay tuned. See you guys next time, and may our minds be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
That was pretty cool. About the ether. People have been talking a lot about that lately. Alright, one more thing while I'm up here. And there's not many people watching, but this is basically for people that are watching tomorrow. Anyone sees the stream. We could use some support. Singe Man can use some support. We all need support, right? Alright, let's see. So you go to my channel. Go to the About Me section. I got Cash App, I got PayPal, I got Venmo. If you want to donate, all my links are there, or most of my links are there. Now I have more links. Shit. Right here, we got Boston Ray merchandise. Singe Man makes all this Boston Ray merchandise. Okay, so we have Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventure t-shirts, Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventure everything, retro design, sweatshirts. Dr. Fauci is COVID commander. We even got the sweatshirts for the fall coming up. You definitely want a COVID commander sweatshirt. I got a COVID commander t-shirt. You can get it in any color you want. Off the hook for the fall. We do not consent on the back. You know what I'm saying? We do not consent on the back. All right, let's see what else we got. Boom. All right, COVID commander, flat Earth fucky ducky, flat flops. All right, we got some mugs, some late night live t-shirts. You get them in any color you want. We got long sleeve shirts. We got bags. We got women's stuff. Women's shirts. Women's sweatshirts. Women's flops. All kinds of stuff. Flat Earth fucky ducky. We got. You get any colors you want. We got late night live long sleeve tees. Late night live crop hoodies. Flat Earth fucky ducky t-shirts. We got everything. Band practice. We got band practice t-shirts, all different kinds. Cutouts, ones that aren't cut out, ones with a star, ones without a star. Whatever you want to do. All different prices because the prices suck. There's nothing I can do. We got the V2K, the Voice to Skull technology shirts. Any color you want. We got men's and women's. You know what I'm saying? Those ones are pretty cool. We got the Masonic the Head. Oh no. Voice to Skull sweatshirts. Those are badass. And then we got the Masonic the Hedgehog stuff. Check it out, Masonic the Hedgehog. long sleeve shirt. It's nice. It's got the mud mob on the back. You got the Masonic the Hedgehog sweatshirt. You know, a few different colors. Not too many different colors, but enough. 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 You know, Masonic the Hedgehog. It's got the mud mob on the back. It's pretty kick ass. And then we got the woman's band practice tee. Boom. Boom, baby. Mud mob on the back. Any colors you want. Band practice. You know what I'm saying? Support the channel. Because we need it right now, especially where we're getting knocked down left and right. Let me see how many people do we have here. 12 people. All right, guys. Well, I think I had enough. I think I'm gonna go now. It was nice to see you all here again on Late Night Live. Hopefully, we'll get some good shows coming. Spread the word about the new channels, please, to everybody. Put it in all the chats. Make sure people sub it. Make sure people know that we're here. If people are looking for me, you let them know what's going on. YouTube censorship. And I got the juice now.
Yo, you got the juice now, man.
This is our 1,000 plus subscribers celebration. Yeah. Welcome to a special edition of Mudfight Adventures. Ray and Sin.
Static Selector.
I'm a walking bad habit, eat tabs up in the cabinet. Savage rap status, vocabulary extravagant. A rock star, popping rocks and bars. Used to flip bud, now this rapping copy a car. No telling, Connecticut felon. I GPS them and find my mark like Magellan with more lines than Corey Feldman. I never cease to impress them. I cardiac arrest them with every studio session. I'm killing them, no question. Web's back, better hold your breath when I'm rhyming home. I murder beats, I'm Jonah Hex with a microphone. Fiends saying I'm the dopest yet, and haters, I shrug them off until my fucking shoulders sweat. I'm breaking bones, the modern version of Casey Jones. Sword in hand, I'm the winner playing the Game of Thrones. Fuck beef, my rapping style's filet mignon. Getting drunk, fuck yo driver, somebody take me home.
Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. I know that I should change, but I don't really think I can. It's just part of my nature, I never cracked and never ran. The world is falling on me when my back was in a jam. I always kept on fighting, that's exactly who I am. And this is who I am, no way that I can change it. I'm buck wild, stupid and dangerous. My best friends are not strangers. These are the motherfuckers I hang with. We speak the same language, and I ain't saying French, English, or Spanish, or Spanglish. I mean pain and anguish. This cocaine slaying and bang bang shit. Mac 11s that we aim with. In other words, I'm rolling with the same clique I came with. On the same list, and fuck being famous. Fame dreams are for groupies. I'm a real life gangster that you ain't seen in the movies. What I mean is I'm truly off the hook, like a phone in a nursing home, homie. I'm that Boston crook. Take me home. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
I damage tracks, so listeners always ran it back. Always with a half ounce stuffed into a sandwich bag. I kill it quickly and always keeping the realest with me. Stealing all the fucking insulin from Wilford Brimley. Diabetes, rappers could never beat us. I've been spitting shit like this since I was just a fucking fetus. Keep your chick with me as long as she give dome. Rolling up the diesel and burning like Jim Rome.
Now I stand here as a man with the past, the inspiration for the kids on the corner, but still got the laugh of a mental patient. The infiltration of the game, born from a central hatred of fame. A pencil shaking with pain, an entrance staked in a claim from the wrath I became. My paragraphs I'm saying are futuristic pictures of the past from which I came. And this is slain with the shoddy and the hoopty, son. My whole career's a robbery that they could never scoop me from. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
Free your mind, let your senses win, and see the sun above us spin. It doesn't set like we've been told to think, it just sails into the distance. Hark now, hear the sailors cry, lost at sea, but in the night, saved by a far-off beam of light as it shines across the flat ocean. And when the fog all goes, I can see the truth that shows. The fog all goes, I can feel it, and I'll never fear it, cause I freed my twisted soul, bent by lies, since I was 1 day old. sun doesn't set like we've been told. It just sails into the distance. 'Cause I freed my twisted soul, bent by lies since I was 1 day old. The sun doesn't set like we've been told, it just sails into the distance. Sails into the distance.